All right, hello. Let's do this ring and hope it doesn't fall apart. We're going to jump straight to the art screen this time. It seems to be okay. Whew. Can everyone hear me and the music? Also, Chai, hello. I hear that. I see that you're lurking, so absolutely fine. Yeah, we're wearing flowers today. You hear music of me? Yay. Oh my god. I was like basically ready to go at 10:02. But before I go live, every time I do a sound check where I check my mic and my alerts, my transitions, like the music volume in relation to me. So I still like sometimes ask when we go live, but I like to double check myself before I go live. I could not get Spotify to be picked up by OBS. My microphone, like I ended up rebooting the computer and then my microphone wouldn't pick me up. I don't know what's going on with OBS today. Yeah, that took a hot minute, and then I went to do the notifications and I put out some extra ones today because we're doing an extra long stream, so it's like I'll put it out in a few extra places, and it all just took some time. So I'm sorry about the time to keep you in the loading screen there, but I wanted to get everything done before we came over, just in case, because even my transitions weren't working. They were like really laggy. It was like it just couldn't source anything on the computer. I don't know what was going on, but we're here, we've made it, we're live, yeah, and today is a special day because we are carrying on with this Halloween colouring page, the Masquerade Ball Halloween Party. We've been calling it Murphy's Law. And we are finishing this page today. And I don't care if I have to stream for 24 hours to finish this page. We are finishing this page today. I am done. I want it done. It was meant to be done in October. We're now November. And so I will let myself have the first week in November to catch up on it, but that's it. So we're getting this done today. So we have done a bunch of stuff in preparation for today. Probably didn't do the wise thing of getting up at 5 a.m. for D&D, but it's also D&D. I play D&D 5 a.m. on Sunday mornings. I mean, it was 6 today, so I did get a little bit of a sleep in. And then I did take a nap after D&D because it's only a couple of hours. It's a very short game, which is quite lovely. But because I got up at 6 for D&D, I also took my injection because today is injection day. So by the time I re-woke up, a lot of my pain and inflammation had been tackled and I was able to function this morning, which allowed me to get set up as well as possible for stream. I have like some food prepared in the fridge and other stuff that's just easy to chuck into the air fryer. We're just taking our pain meds. So in terms of a day to push for a long stream, today is going to be the better day for me physically. So we're going to do this. We are going to finish this today. So if at any point you're curious to see how long we've been going, you can do exclamation up time. And we are at 72.5 hours. However, I've rounded that back to 70 because in that, like that 2.5 accounts for me. Like it's taken from stream time with some adjustments, and there's times where I do take pauses, but you know, breaks should be included in that because I'm still actively working on this. We're just doing self-care. So I've just rounded it back a little bit for ease. So we're saying we're at 70 plus whatever today is will be the total amount of time that we have taken on this page. And my God, am I over it. Also, Nico, hello. Welcome in. It's good to see you. It's so fun bouncing into you and all the other channels that we keep on bouncing into each other in as well. But yes, so I didn't even get a chance to properly play with my lights because I was freaking out about OBS, so please bear with me. But yes, we're doing good. We're doing good. We're doing a lot better than Friday. Friday we were in a little bit of a flare up because it was the end of the injection cycle. We're doing much better today. So the things that we need to achieve, I also, full disclosure, so on Friday I said that I would try to work on this and get the marble finished. Friday night I ended up working for an extra 3 hours. So I worked 5 hours on Friday night. Saturday I did not get to this page at all, but I got to a bunch of other stuff, like I got a bunch of Patreon stuff filmed, I got a bunch of YouTube stuff filmed, so that was good because it was all stuff I really needed to do as well. But then I never made it to this. I could have done it Saturday night, but at that point I was in so much pain and I was so done that I just went to bed with a beer and just watched TV in bed because I was done. So yeah, we're coming in with no progression since Friday. We spent 5 hours on Friday working on this and we did 1 frame. And my gloves are already changing the colour. Alright, fine. So, you're finally posting work again? Heck yeah, I just saw my Discord pop up with some notifications. Love to see it. I will have a proper look through later on. Or on one of my breaks, because you know we're taking a break every hour still, especially with how long the stream is going to be going for. We're going to need those breaks. So, let us begin. I have a rubbish bag that's right where my feet need to be. Oh, a very full rubbish bag. See, this is all stuff that would have been organised normally before I begin stream. But I was freaking out about OBS and then I hit go live and then I was doing socials and I was like, oh, I haven't done any of that. Oh, we're okay. Cool, so let's carry on with the marble effect that we were doing over here and get this pillar sorted. So this one's a lot more in shadow, so we're using a lot more of the darker warm greys here. This is a bit logical because I can technically keep working across this way because I use my right hand and smudginess, but also it's easier for me to work the darker ones first and then go into the light ones. So we're going with what's easy. But yeah, it's been a good morning. Like I said, I had D&D. It's a D&D campaign where my character has purposely written that she has narcolepsy because I sometimes fall asleep during the game. Or I sometimes sleep through my alarm. She's very easy as a character to play. She's a rogue. She basically goes in and stabs things. I did one thing this session. I had one attack I made and it was a nat 20, and with sneak attack it was like 38 points of damage on this one attack. So I was like, yeah, done. So that was good. And then yeah, like I said, I went back to sleep, so I had a little bit of a nap. And then we got up again, we had got a shower, we went down to the farmer's market that's on next to me. I didn't like the fruit and veg sellers. There was nobody selling fruit, which is the one thing that I was looking for. Nobody was selling fruit, and the queue for the eggs, like luckily I don't need eggs. I've got eggs coming from another market that's on that my mum's at today. She's picked me up some eggs. So I didn't need eggs, but the queue for it was just ridiculous, which is understandable because he's got some of the best eggs and they're cheaper, so cheap. But yeah, there was no fruit, which is what I was after, but there was there's an actual Baked by Blanche. It's a little independent bakery, like husband and wife team. I know I haven't looked into them too much, but I do go down there regularly. I get my donut from them. So today it's a bit squished because I accidentally bumped it, and it looks really yucky. like this because I again bumped it, but this has got, it looks like a normal donut. It looks like a normal jam donut. It's not. It's got a boysenberry and blueberry compote with a custard cream filling. So it looks like a donut that's normal, but it's more gourmet and it's delicious. I was going to get a Nutella one, but they hadn't done any of the Nutella ones today. It's like, damn, I really want the Nutella one. But since they didn't have the Nutella one, I also got one of their breads. And they have a chili cheese bread that actually has cheese and jalapenos worked into the bread dough. So you slice into it and it's this beautiful sourdough loaf with these spicy chilies and cheese all the way through it. And oh, it's just so good. Like last week I got it for the first time on impulse and I ate the whole loaf like within 2 days because it was just so delicious. Also, hi Vi, hello. Yes, donuts are good. I've also been busy trying to take good photos on my phone of minerals. Yeah, and those light boxes, you can actually get them pretty cheap from some places too, Shy. I know I got my mum one from China years ago for like $3 or $4. Like, shop around because I know you can get them pretty cheap in some places, so they're pretty good. I actually have been having real issues with my camera phone this week. Because I use my phone to take pictures of all my art and my colouring pages, and it's been a nightmare and it's been getting worse and worse and worse. But this week I actually had to take a photo of something which I'll start with a sneak peek of. Look, it's a character, it's a colouring page. Ooh. It's not actually that much of a sneak peek. A while ago on Fate of Ison, I did a bonus stream with them where I designed a new character with the chat that's coming up in a new D&D arc. And so it was just the line work for that character that I sketched out. But I had to take a photo of it to get like a nice clean... Normally I'd scan it to get a nice clean line page, but my scanner is just a nightmare, so it's just easier to snap a photo. And so I did, and then because I was zooming right in to like clean up lines and details and make it like a really clean line image, I realised about all the scratches that are on my camera, which might be why my camera's been having issues. Yes! Consolation tree. Oh no. I don't like that it's a consolation tree, but I do like that you are doing some self-care. And if that helps you, please do. Yeah, that's what I thought, Shy. There's really, there's a lot of them now. It's something that I used to have one when I was doing more amigurumis, when I was doing my little crochet toys, because I was playing around with photographing them. I'm pretty sure I gave it to my mum for her jewelry making, or I got to it once and I gave her one and then I gave my one away to someone. I know, I gave it away is the point, because most of my toys were too big to actually fit in there effectively, so I needed a bigger one. And then I returned to work and wasn't doing my toys as much. Plus, I was moving away from doing the toys at markets because people were like, I can go to the warehouse and get a doll for $10 and you want $25. And I'm like, yeah, for a handmade crochet doll that is a plushie. And also, this works out at about $2 an hour for me, so it's really not even that much. So I moved away from that to doing more like custom stuff, like Reinhardt from Overwatch was a big one. I still only charged like $200 for that one, and that took me like months to figure out that one. But that's what I ended up moving more towards, was more custom stuff. And then because I wasn't doing it as much and pushing it as much and pushing more the art, that's what I became more known for. But it just kind of supplemented because like there were two bunch of people who would come to the stalls. There were the people who would come and look at my art and be like, oh, that's really cool, we're into the art stuff, and would buy the prints of the art stuff. And there was subdivides in there too of like the people who liked art but wanted more generic, and I had Kiwiana birds and stuff that was like tigers, Kiwiana birds, the touristy stuff was what I used to call it. And then I had the fan arts, and then I had the like artistic portraiture, so there was like, you could tell who was into what by what category they brought from. And then I had the people that came along and were like, oh, that's cool, but I'm buying for kids, and then see the plushies on the table and be like, oh, perfect, come buy the plushies. Oh, no worries, hun. I did actually turn the music up slightly while I was trying to work out why OBS wasn't picking up any music, so it's quite possible it was a bit louder. And then my playlist was also a bit quieter that I tested with, because I don't test with my stream music, which I probably should, but I test with my hype up music that I play before I go live, which is copyright, so I can't play it live, but it's like my pump it up and get ready to go streaming playlist. I probably should test with my actual stream playlist, but this is a lot more chill. And it's like, I'm going live, let's get really hype. So we have the right energy. Stream secrets. I was actually talking to someone that, just last night actually, because we were talking about makeup, and she was commenting, she's like, oh, I'd love to learn how you do like your pretty makeups that you always do on stream. And I was like, oh, how do you don't, this is not what you wear every day. If you saw this in real life, you'd be like, oh my God. Because the camera changes how it looks. So to you, it probably looks like, you know, a little bit of rosy glow, a lot of highlighter. I do go OTT on highlighter, but I love sparkles. We know this. And then there's just like this slight blue gradient to the eyes. In real life, my eye is bright blue and purple because my glasses really recede this and hide this. So it's like 80s blue all the way up the eye. And then like these like a line of contour, and then like bright pink over the top blush. Like in real life, it's a lot more like and then the biggest thing is like I don't wear foundation, but I have a little bit of a green tinted CC base type stuff. It just helps neutralize skin tone, and on camera what it does because of it is it neutralizes a lot of the redness that I get with my dry skin and irritation, but it clings to my dry skin and irritation, so like it just looks textured and rough in real life. But again, it's so small on screen and so lightened by the lights that you can't tell it. Stream secrets. It's the same thing. I may look dressed on top, but I guarantee you there is pajamas on the bottom. It's all about comfort though, so stream in what you're comfortable in. Some days I just don't even... Sorry, nose is running. There we go. Yay, well done. I ended up having to place an order today too, not on TradeMe, and not for myself. I didn't go shopping for myself. Can you believe that? But Mum's been doing a massive clean out of the house. In fact, I'm expecting a delivery today of a bunch of stuff that she's found in her basement. So, yeah, there'll be a delivery at some point at my door. I've already warned them I'm streaming, so they're just going to leave it at the door. But in this big cleanup that she's doing, she's found a bunch of stuff, which is really cool. But she's also like, I need storage tubs to put all my stuff into, to help organize the house, because she does want to sell the house. Like, she currently lives alone in a 5-bedroom house. Like, and she doesn't need to be there. It's way too big for her. It's way too much maintenance, and especially with Dad gone. So she's finally in a place where she's starting to sort it out, which is so awesome. And so she's been sending through things like, hey, I found this, or I've got this, or who's taking this, you know? So yeah, she messaged and she's like, hey, I want to get 10 of these storage tubs. Can someone pop to or take me down? Because she also doesn't drive. Can someone take me to the store where they're based, which is Bunnings, which I know you know what that is, and pick them up for me. And I was like, oh gosh, because I can already tell how much of a pain that's going to be for my brothers and how they're going to be like, oh, I can't do this. Like, it's a mission to try and organize some of this stuff sometimes. I'm very grateful to them. They will help out, especially with medical appointments and stuff like that for mum. But something like this, I can just see it being a pain, but also slowing mum down in terms of organisation until she gets those tubs. So I went online and I quickly double checked, because the other thing is our Bunnings is really tiny. So I was like, I bet we don't even have them in stock. I was right. We don't have them in stock, which means the only store that we could get them at would have to drive an hour for. So I messaged back the family group chat and I'm like, okay, well, they're not even in stock, you know. We could go to Hawada to pick them up, but it's going to take an hour, and that's a lot of fuel. For $7, I can order 10 of these online and get them delivered to you. It's an extra $7 of shipping. You don't have to worry. Nobody has to run around. Boom, straight to your house. So she's like, oh, but what if the courier breaks them? Then I'll ring Bunnings and get them to replace it. Like, it's fine. It's, you know, and it means that they will get there on Tuesday next week, hopefully, and carry on with that sorting out. And it's also making me think, I probably need to start doing the same too. I've been in a real mood to declutter for months, so I think on Monday I'm going to start a bit of a deep clean, because I'm at that point where everything's just getting very overwhelming in here, and I want to clear out stuff. I want to clean up. I'm completely paranoid that the landlord's going to ask for an inspection, or something will go wrong and I have to get the landlord in here in an emergency, and they're just going to see the state of the place. It's gotten to that point where it's getting overwhelming. But as somebody with limited mobility, a simple thing like vacuuming is incredibly hard for me. And like, the housework's got it on top of me the last few months. It's really not good. So I do have to really get onto it again. I had a pretty reasonable clean in February when Samsara came and got stuck here because of the storms, and she was here for a week, so she helped me out by like moving furniture and helping me get things that are like fallen behind the desk that I can't move, and vacuuming in areas that I simply cannot mobilize to, which was wonderful. But yeah, I do my best with the everyday sort of stuff, but that really good deep clean that places need is something that I really can't do. I can't bend down to wipe the baseboards. I can't bend down to clean my shower. So I do qualify for a cleaner, but the struggles of getting a cleaner, I only qualify for 1 hour a week, but it would be enough to like do the shower if I could actually get one sourced and then not have creepy people come into my home. Because the last 3 people who came in through the cleaning service, like the last one in particular, I just rang the cleaning service and said I never ever want them in my house again. I was so uncomfortable. And they were like, well, this is all we have available. And I was like, cool, I just don't want to clean it then. Extra large apple fritter, yum. Now, an apple fritter is like where they dice up the apple and they suspend it in the dough like a donut with like cinnamon and stuff. That's kind of what I imagine an apple fritter is. Yeah. Some things are a lot better on Trade Me. Mighty Ape, though, I do have a very, very strong connection with Mighty Ape because I order a lot of things off Mighty Ape. Notably, colouring books, because it's one of the few ways that I can access a lot of colouring books. They're not the cheapest, but they allow for afterpay, and they will come in eventually from a place that will refund me if they don't come in. Yeah. I ordered a colouring book off Trade Me recently because I finally found the Lord of the Rings trilogy colouring book. I have been hunting for that. It's one of my books that I desperately want to get. There is a Lord of the Rings and a Hobbit one. Can easily get in America, but you think I can source them to New Zealand. The ones on Amazon in America won't ship to New Zealand. So I really wanted it for December because it's the 20th anniversary of the Return of the King, and I really wanted to do a Lord of the Rings colouring page. Like, I just really wanted to do that. But I finally found it on Trade Me, and it was only like $17. I was like, oh my god, yes! Place the order straight away. I was like, that is mine. And then 2 days later, it got refunded. And I was like, no! And now they don't stock it anymore. It's like, no! So I'll keep an eye out for it, but yeah, I'm not going to be able to get it. Like, even if I can find a way to get it from the Amazon one, it's not going to get here in time for the Return of the King in December. Yeah, there is some stuff on Mighty Ape that's really good in terms of lights. Hit me up if you want, because, for example, so this here is what I move for my lights on stream. This is from Mighty Ape. I think it was like $50, and it was on like Primate. It's got, it's like USB, and it's got on off, but then it's also got, like, you can adjust how bright it is, so you can take it right down or you can take it right up. I usually just put it on right up. Then it's also got yellow light, warm light, cool light. Sorry, warm light, neutral light, cool light. So I put it on cool light because that's daylight. And then it's just one that like clips to your desk, so it's just clipped on the side here, and I can adjust, and then this part can also be rotated as well. So that's what I'm currently using, because again, all my lights are based behind me. So this is, I don't know why I'm doing it on this screen. Oh my god. Come on, Amy. You have a screen that is this camera big. Welcome to my messy desk, by the way. This is the crap you usually don't see. Yeah, so you can see it's just on a boom arm. It's also got my disability card hanging on it. And yeah, really handy. This boom arm is also from Mighty Ape, and it is technically a microphone boom arm, but I realized that my USB camera actually latches into there pretty well as well. So this is also on a boom arm, which allows me to sort of, you know, move you all around and just adjust things on the fly, which is how I do all my adjusting for the art. And it's me. But yeah, if you want the links, let me know and I will find them and send them to you. I can as well, the boom arm for the camera, the head on that is replaceable. So you can actually mount this microphone on it. You can put a USB on it with like a rotating head one, but it will only work this way. And of course I need it that way. But you can source the bits to swap that head out for one where the USB webcam will plug directly into it. I have to get it off AliExpress, and it's going to take like 3 months to get here, and I keep forgetting to get it, but eventually I'll get it, and then I can just directly put it in there instead of having it kind of clipped into the microphone holder. But it works, you know? It works. That's the main thing, which for me, the proper ones that will mount my camera properly are like $125 to $200 New Zealand for me to get. This was $20. That's the thing. Like, for years, my setup was literally a pole into two sides of an adjustable wardrobe stand that had broken. And it was on a bicycle mount that was on this dowel pole overhead. So that's how my setup was for a long time as well. So, you know, I'm very, as cheap as possible is my motto. I ain't got the dollars to spend on it. I want to spend the dollars on colouring books. Anyway, after that distraction. But yeah, if you are wanting to get into more camera, like the like what I do with the colouring setup, like, I'm not an expert on technical stuff, but I can let you know what I use. But yeah, the actual technical of like it, not so much. I know, like, I still have to work on light, and lighting is one of the hardest things to work on in this situation, because again, everybody's room is different and you're dealing with a lot of different things in terms of light. Where my desk is actually not the greatest place for lighting, because again, my main lights are directly behind me, so I have these two the light here that I showed you, plus I have a lamp in front of me that is bouncing onto the wall, so the light is reflecting from the wall to diffuse it out of it. That's kind of how I do my setting, but we're still dealing with a lot of shadows. I probably need to invest in a ring light to go near the camera, like around the camera, to try and help with the light situation there, which is probably something I should invest in next, is some sort of ring light for around the camera. But again, I've got that bar, which has helped a lot. Like, having this has helped a lot. Whoops. But then the other thing, of course, is I'm working with pencils, which have a natural shine and reflectiveness to them. So, yeah. If I was to reset up my apartment, and I was talking to Samsara about this, but the amount of work that it would be involved, oh my god. I would actually convert my bedroom into a stream room, and have that as my office / stream room, because there's only one window in there and the lights are a lot easier to control there. The desk could sit at the window and get the light, but then we can control the light around as well. So that would be the ideal situation. And then where the bedroom would move out into the lounge, which I never use as the lounge anyway. So that would probably be what I would do. And then if anyone did come to stay, because previously in the past I've actually just put them in the lounge, because I have a little fold out bed frame in my laundry that I can just pop down. It's very uncomfortable, but it does the job, and hey, free accommodation for a night, you know. I can just move that into the office, and give them the office ideally. But the amount of work to rearrange my whole apartment when I can barely move a chair by myself some days. Yeah. Okay. Coolies. Of course you should be trusting Mighty Ape Discord. Why aren't you? I'm always going. I suppose I haven't technically gone from Mighty Ape from Discord before. Ooh. Cool. The C920, excellent choice. That is my face cam. It's what I started with my webcam. So yeah, highly recommend. A lot of people use the C920. Lots of Elgato. Elgato is good. Mighty Ape. Shouldn't really be doing this now. Oh, come on, Mighty Ape. Why aren't you remembering me? Why is nothing working today? Why is everything breaking today? Excuse me. Where's my favorites? Okay. There we go. I don't have to type my password like a heathen. We have the technology. Do I still have it saved on my stream playlist? No, because I was smart and cleared it out. Alright, I'll look at my history later. So my C920 is now my face cam. It was my art cam for a long time. I switched to the Logitech Brio I think it's CHD, or I don't know, it's a 4K streaming camera. But the main reason I got it was the reviews on it, because I don't stream at 4K. I'm still streaming at 1080p. It can do 4K though. But the main reason I got it was a lot of people were talking about the details and the quality of it, and how it's better for picking up those finer details. It was really, really hard to find. Like, there's a lot of people out there who review webcams, but they're reviewing it for faces and stuff, and trying to find one about reviews when you're considering it for art. Oh gosh. But yeah, I did a lot of digging on it, and it looked like it was going to be good. So I decided to take the leap and go for it, because, you know, I used to have a lot of issues with the C920 in terms of the light. And again, lighting is such a difficult situation around here, and this has like some sort of smart technology to deal with light, and balancing for light and accounting for the light without ruining the quality. It's like, okay, I'll get it. And then I got it home and I was like, holy shit, when I started it. And I sent Samsara some test screens, because I was like, look at the detail, look at the detail. And the color difference has been one of the best things of it. The fact of how it picks up color and is so much more vibrant and realistic and matches more what I'm producing has been worth its weight in gold. It was pricey. I used a combination of Twitch payouts and my own money for it, because I was like, I think I want to invest in this, and I'm so glad I did, because it's been worth every cent. So for art streamers who want to produce slightly better quality, but again, I'm not even using it at its full quality because I only stream at 1080p, and that is because my laptop genuinely cannot handle more than this. But if I could get a computer that could handle more, we could stream more. I could, like, I film my YouTube videos at higher quality too, but they're rendered down to HG, which I think is 1080p, or maybe it's the 2K, I don't know. But it's still not, like, they're rendered down, they're still not top quality. I could be putting out better quality videos as well. But it's the same thing with, like, editing videos. Well done on getting the first. But yeah, it's the same thing with editing videos. I can't put that many cuts into my footage because my computer just can't handle it by the time I start putting a lot of detail into there. So a lot of my editing has to be really simple, which means the videos aren't what I want to produce. I have to use like the most basic of editing software, but it does the job, you know? And luckily the Notion and the coloring community is quite like just you coloring, and then sometimes you speed it up, or maybe you just sitting there chatting as you color. So there are people who do more fancy stuff, and I'd like to start doing that because I quite like video editing. I think it's quite interesting and you could have a lot of fun with it, but I just don't have the programs or the capability right now. These are all future things. There's a lot of things I'd like to do, but we just gotta, I need to win lotto. That's it. I just need to win lotto. Then I can support all my friends, upgrade my PC, get the supplies I want, and just have a good time. Yeah, there could be. I haven't genuinely shown it, looked into it, but there could be reviews for webcams showing rocks. You just have to look close up. I don't know a lot about them, so I can't say. I mean, I know Elgato's good. I know a lot of people use that Elgato box light, the key light one. So I've heard good things about them, and that's probably something that I would probably do quite well to have myself. Eventually I'd look into getting, except it's Elgato, which, you know, expensive as fuck. The remote control RGB ambient lights looks really cool. That was when I was like, ooh, because I was like, ooh, that would be fun if I wanted to put RGBs everywhere. RGBs are fun. We like rainbows. But yeah, just look at the product reviews. But I haven't used any of them, so I can't tell you for certain. For the ring light, apparently the Kmart ring lights are top notch. And they're only like 25 bucks. Whatever camera you get for rocks, you just need to ensure it's something that can do detail close up, because you're going to want to show the detail. So Alright. How much darker do we want to go on this marble? There's some sort of new Logitech camera that's coming out too, because I keep on getting ads for it. They obviously know. But it's designed to be mounted and point down, and it looks like it's got like a rotating head. It looks like they've kind of realized that a lot of artists use their cameras and are making like an artist type camera that is designed for top down. Because it looks like it comes with the mounting hardware to mount it overhead. And that looks really cool to me, but it's probably going to be pricey as heck. Yeah. Blurple. 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 Luckily, the purples used on this page are very blue-based, but blurple is very true. Which is another reason why I moved away from the C920 into the Brio, because colour is one of the biggest things I struggled with it. But for a starting off webcam, fully recommend it. Because it's cheap and accessible, and it does show some good detail. So a lot of people can easily access the C920. You can find them secondhand. Yeah. And yeah, pretty much every artist, when I was first starting to look into streaming, which was back on the days of Picasso, every artist I talked to on Picasso who did traditional art was like, yeah, I've got the C920. Yeah, I've got the C920. Yeah, I got the C920. It is the reach. Okay, cool. Yeah, I keep on getting advertisements for it, and I'm like, okay, well, can we just buy the base? Because that would be cool. But yeah, it depends what you want to do, because if you just want to occasionally show close-ups of your rocks and stuff like that, like, you don't really need to invest in like a really expensive overhead camera. But like with me, because you know I'm streaming art, I'm always using the overhead cam. It's a bit different. But if you're wanting to do more real life crafting and things involving the overhead cam, maybe it's something to consider. I have a spot and 2 C920s. Yeah, so I have the Brio and the C920. And I legit can't do any more cameras because my computer is out of USB slots and the cameras don't like being put into a multi-port. Or rather, my laptop doesn't like it when I put the cameras into a USB port. So they get 2 of the dedicated USB ports, and then the final one is the multi-port. Like, got an extender multi-port on there, and all tapped out. So yeah, legit cannot do any other USB cords. Oh, my nose is so itchy today. Hay fever. I'm sure it's hay fever. I went outside, and the minute I stepped outside, I was like, I want to scratch my face. My eyes are watering. Oh, I hate hay fever season. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. There's no point in me putting in another camera when, like, literally I don't want to, like, this is kind of edit for computer. So I'm at a point where literally I really don't think there's much more I can do to my setup without upgrading the hardware. Yeah, I still need to sit down, figure out what it is I need, and then how to go about getting this. Like, as I've said, I think the only way I'm going to be able to do it is get a list of all the individual components and then buy the components piece by piece, because there's no way I can drop enough to just fully replace the computer straight up. But piece by piece, I could save up for. Doom Fruit! Oh my god, Doom! Hello! Hello, welcome in. For all my lovely folks in here, this is the wonderful Doom of Doom Fruit Art. I've talked about them a couple of times, and the amazing ink work that they do, but also the amazing community over there. And they do a Art Share Friday. Honestly, it's such a fun time to not only sort of show off what you've been doing, and it doesn't have to be completed. It's just about sort of sharing creativity and uplifting, and it's so positive and so wonderful. But then also the amount of amazing people I've discovered through these as well. Yeah, just such a good time. Cannot recommend enough. I will guarantee you that you will find me on there every Saturday, because it's my Saturday for your Friday, Doom. But really wonderful time over there. So it's so good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I hope you've recovered after yesterday's stream and all the amazingness you produced. We are going today until this is done. It's until it's done, so if it ends up being 24 hours, it's going to be 24 hours. I really hope it's not going to be 24 hours, but also I can colour rather slowly, so yeah. We're going to try not to do 24 hours, but if that's what it takes. Just drawing with the sounds of rain and music. Oh, I love that. There's so many good, like, musical, like, instrumental chill playlists that use, like, sounds of nature, water sounds, although make sure you've peed recently if you're going to put those on. But, yeah. I often fall asleep to them, too, because they're just so relaxing. The sound of rain just helps you fall asleep so easily. Thank you. I can't wait till it's all done. What I'm doing right now on this pole is what we've done over here. So we're doing this marble effect on the door frame and the pillar. That's the word. It's a good sign. Not even an hour in and I'm already losing my words. We've got the pillar, the door frame, and then this thingy to do in the marble effect. And then it's just all the, like, little details to finishing off the candles and really making all those lighting effects come to life and stuff. But yeah, she's getting there. 70 hours plus whatever today's stream is what the total's going to be. 72.5 to be exact, but we're just calling it back to 70 because God knows I get distracted during stream sometimes. And that 72.5 is already, like, rounded down for all the stream totals to allow for ad breaks and stuff like that. And just general breaks. And then there's been about 10 hours of work off stream as well. It's a lot of work, but I love how it's turning out so much. And the coolest thing about it is the lore that chat has come up with me about these characters, like the story that's going on here. So every time I look at this page, I'm just going to be reminded of chat. I'm just going to be reminded of all the wonderful peeps who come and hang out and support and just are amazing. And it all started with a joke. You're going to lurk and work? That is all good. I am a very good lurk stream. I'm also apparently a very good nap stream. It's all good. I wish you all the best with your productivity. Words. But Lollycat, hello. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Also, feel free to lurk, but if you want to say hi, also feel free to say hi. I love the name. It actually makes me think of lolly cake, which I've been getting really back into lately. I don't know. I know Chai will know what a lolly cake is, but I don't know if everyone else knows what a lolly cake is. It's they call it a cake, and it's not even baked. It's literally you take malt biscuits or cookies and crush them up with a bit of melted butter, so like a cheesecake base, and then it's mixed with a bunch of these fruit puff lollies that are chopped up. Yes, kiwi! So you do know what I mean by lolly cake. Yes, excellent. Yes, so malt biscuits, chopped up, fruit puffs, and then it's like compressed into like a log or a slice and topped with coconut, and it's so good. I smash half a tin right now, right? I hadn't had it in a while, and I was in another Kiwi streamer's stream, and they were having lolly cake, and I was like, oh my god, lolly cake, I haven't had that in years. And then I went and I brought like 2 packets of it and smashed it within a couple of days because it was just so good. It's like, why haven't I been eating this? But yes, welcome in, lolly cake. It's lovely to have you here. So I myself am a Kiwi, as you have gathered. I'm based in the North Island in Taranaki, and I am a colorist, and we are working on a colouring page today that I have been working on for the last 70 hours. And I am working on this page until it is done today. So we're going for it. We're going for it. So right now I'm just doing this marble effect around here, and repeating that on, just going to press something over there. You're down in Dunners! You're near Chai! Chai is down that way too. I also used to live in Dunedin. So, I used to live in Northeast Valley. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't want to, like, I mean, it's not doxing because it's not your exact address, but I didn't want to give away your town without you saying. But yes, you're both in Dunners, so. Oh, small world, small world. I love when we stumble across Kiwis and just find people in chat. I was once in a chat, and there was another Kiwi in the chat, and not only was it a Kiwi, not only was it the same island, not only was it the same region, not only was it the same town, we ended up figuring out we were literally 2 blocks away from each other, which is the closest I've ever gotten to a neighbor on Twitch. It was essentially like finding your neighbor. It was so cool. Yeah, big, massive international platform, and it's like, oh, hello, neighbor. It's good times. You just never know who's out there. Alright, but in the true tradition of my channel, we've had 2 new peeps come in, and it's time for the ad break. Which is a running joke on this channel, is that whenever someone comes in, it's about time for an ad break. It's the way it works. So we do run ads every hour here on the channel. I really hate doing it, but the main reason I do it is it is literally an hour reminder that I need to stop and stretch. And because I have a inflammatory disease, if I do continue working for several hours straight without stopping, I just get so swollen and so in pain. So this is a bit of a self-care break, and we do this every hour, and I fully encourage you to self-care as well, like making a cup of coffee. That's absolutely perfect. So we're going to start this ad break. I literally drop the pencils and I just stop and stretch for 3 minutes, so you won't be missing anything anyway. But we're going to get this ad break started, and hopefully as a Kiwi you won't even get that many ads anyway. Oh. There we go. There's the ad break. So welcome to the secret behind the scenes if you are not in an ad break. We're going to begin these stretches. This is going to hurt. Oh, God. Oh. I could feel it was getting to ad break time. Alright, can I see my... There it is. There's my other compression gear. Ah. Good. Now the question is, do I want to cut a piece of my cheese bread while it's ad break? I'm not really hungry. I still have half a donut. I just know it's there and I can smell it. It's making me want it, even though I'm not hungry. Oh. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Oh. Broken old butter. Gotta love it. Not really. Oh, heck yes. I see a bunch of new art in the Discord to check out. Exciting. Alright. I'm glad to hear it, Chai. Love to hear that you're doing your self-care stretches. They're very, very important. I would take you through like the actual different stretches that I do, because I know it just kind of looks like I'm sitting here wiggling. I mean, standing here wiggling. I'm not. I'm actually doing specific stretches, but because I'm not like trained in how to explain these stretches, I don't feel comfortable explaining it. I can kind of, like, one of the things I'm doing is like a foot raise like this to help keep the ankle going, and there is a little bit of rotation of the hips and the back because a couple of the discs in my lower spine down here are compressed and don't have the fluid in between them from my disease, so that's one of the areas I get the most pain and the most lock up and the most flare up. The other is just below my neck because that's the other area where the disease has eaten away at my spine. Hi, Beady. Hello. Welcome in. We're just doing our hourly stretch. So I hope you're good and limber. You know what I just realized? I don't have a water bottle. That is very important. Let me go and grab a water bottle. Oh, I don't know why they keep parking the frame so far away from the chair. Welcome back from the ads. We have stretched. We are loose and limber. We have water because it turns out I forgot to put water out. Make sure you hydrate. Ah, there we go. We actually have our walking frame in a reasonable place where I can actually grab it now. But yes, welcome back. Thank you to everybody who went to Adland for us. We do appreciate your sacrifice in battling the ads. So thank you and welcome back. And now let's get back into it, because like I said, we're streaming till this is done. We've been streaming for an hour and there's literally no difference to what we've done. There is to me. The detail, the colouring is a lot smoother. It's very important I get the base of this right so that when I start going over with the lines, because once we start doing the lines, we can't really touch it too much more apart from the blends on top. So I have to get all the shadows in there before we can do it. So it does take a minute, but once the lines are in, it's a lot quicker. I'm better. I was hurting so bad I had to take my... Oh, yeah. Feel that. Feel that. Today was injection day for me, so we're in the best section of my cycle. I took the pain med early. I normally take the injection around midday because sometimes it can give me a little bit of a headache. So that kind of means by the time the headache forms, I'm usually in bed asleep. So I'm hoping that won't be the case today. We will make sure I have to hydrate lots. That helps. So that's why I was like, where's my water? But yeah, because I took it early, by the time I came to stream, it was already starting to kick in and a lot of the inflammation was gone. But yeah, last night, whew, end of the injection cycle. Oh my God. But we're good. Today's a good day. I have delicious bread. I have a donut. I have some really yum cucumber salad in the fridge. Easy food to cook. I even have a beer and pizza if we want to go for it. Like, we are set to stream 4 hours. Now, I say, you know, we're going until we're done, which we are. Doesn't mean I want to take 24 hours to do this though. I want to, like, ideally I'd have this done now and we could work on something new. That would be nice. We're not going to. We've got a bunch of details, but if we can get some stuff done, that would be nice. And then we can move on to our next piece. We can figure out what the heck our next piece is going to be, and we can move on to it. I have some ideas. Alright, let's get rid of that because we're not doing the edge anymore. Yeah, spinning head. Wait. Doom, you got a sub? Why is that not... Is my alerts... Doom, you're a sub? Did you get gifted a sub? Did you just sub and it's not telling me? What is going on? This has been happening a lot lately. My subs have not been lining up. But also, yay, spinning head, my brain. For those that missed it, we have a new animated emote, which is the spinning head. Cool. Welcome to the G Squad, Doom. Oh, goodness. Maybe he got one. I don't know. My brain's just like, ugh. I'm really paranoid that all my alerts, like, the alerts are there because we got the follow alert before. It's like Twitch and the sub alerts aren't working because we've had people who have subbed and then 3 streams later we get the notification that they've subbed. It's so weird. Like Chai, when you resubbed, it was it told us that we met the sub goal and it gave us that the end of the goal was met, but then I didn't get your notification until 8 hours later on Twitch that you had subbed. Yeah. People can be sneaky with subs sometimes too. Ah, okay, did not know that. Cool. Well, welcome in, Doom. Enjoy all the emotes. I love seeing the spinning face one. I hope you all enjoy it. Me and my mouse art. But there was also your amazing gifted sub by that when you dropped 10 the other couple weeks ago. I can't remember everyone who got one then, but a bunch of people got subs as well, so generous. So freaking generous. Y'all are just awesome. Like, you know, literally dropping money on subs and stuff is just blows my mind. I just sit here and color. I'm not even coloring on frame. So profesh. Oh, goodness. But yeah, I just really, really am freaking grateful. I know it's cheesy. I don't care. You can be cheesy, like my delicious cheesy chili bread. But I really am just grateful to you. Congratulations, you're all cheesy bread. You're warm and comforting and delicious. Alright, I think we're getting there. No, it's tasting like that pot is burning out. Terrible habit, don't ever start. Terrible, terrible habit. Hoping next year to get into a place where we can actually look at starting to quit this. And good news though, I have finally heard back from rheumatology. I am finally getting an appointment. The rheumatologist is away till the end of November, and then because of the delays with the waiting list, because there's only one rheumatologist, I'm probably not going to be in queue until the middle of December, which is the Christmas shutdown period. So the appointment's probably not till January, but we're getting into rheumatology, so that's progress. We'll take it. If that's all we can take, we'll take it. Alright, so I want to use...
We believe in you, Amy. You got this, Paige. You can do it. Even if it is 24 hours, you got this, Amiwa heart.
Oh, thank you. Also, I love how WardArt says my little emote names. They crack me up so much. But thank you, Chai. You're always so sweet and so kind. Actually, you're not burning out, but you're running out of battery. So let's just do a swap around of the pods. Problem solved. Alright, let's get a little bit more. We work very lightly with the black, because I don't think I even used black on the other one. Can't even remember at this stage. It's been so long. And I did the other poll pre-COVID. So... yeah, no, my brain's not remembering it. I think I did that on the Tuesday stream before I realised that it was COVID when I tested Tuesday night and was like, oh, we're getting really sick here. This isn't just a cold. And then I did the test and was like, oh dear. Oh dear. But we'll just chuck a little bit of black in there and just define some of the shadows. The cool thing about the marble is I can kind of be a bit looser with some of the shading because it just kind of looks like details on the stone. So I don't have to sit here and like do my pedantic little circle shading to get the really flat colours. Because we're going to blend over this so much with all the line work for the ripples in the marble and stuff like that. So... do 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 do. Alright, let's just... the lights are too light, so we're just going to darken those up slightly, and then I think the base will actually be done, and we can get on to doing some of the veins. And make this marble actually look like marble. So I know for a lot of y'all it's Saturday. I hope you're having a good Saturday. To those of us who are in Kiwi land or a little bit Australia or a little bit behind where we are moving into Sunday. Hope your Sunday has been good so far. In Kiwi land here today, it is Guy Fawkes Day. It is the day we get to blow stuff up legally, aka Fireworks Day. So I am fully expecting tonight that it will be loud because where I am based in my hometown, The mall is literally 100 meters that way. And there is a 5-story car park that you can access even when the mall is closed. That is a big empty space, and it's a favourite place for a lot of people to set off fireworks, because you can see them clearly. Big empty space, so a lot of people will climb up and set off fireworks up there. There's also an empty space next door to me that sometimes people use to set off fireworks. So there's a little bit last night, but yeah, I'm expecting a bit more tonight. I don't actually know if there's a public display that the council's putting on this year either. But if they do, it's usually somewhere off the coast that you can see from along the foreshore as well. So we may also get that. So when it starts to get dark and the light isn't affected by the light outside, I might actually open up my curtains and we might be able to see some of the fireworks. Or at least like the glow from fireworks. Oh yeah, they were setting off fireworks at 5 PM yesterday here. It's like, seriously, you can't even see it. Like me in this colouring because I've gone off screen again. That constant battle about wanting to zoom you in so you can see the details of what I'm doing versus wanting to zoom you out so that you can see the whole page and I actually stay on camera. Continual battle. Alright, I think that'll work for the base coat. Again, it's not perfectly smooth, but we are going to be going over this a few more times. So it's got enough there, it's got the shading down, it's at a point where we can start working over with the lines. So if you missed it last time, for the details on the marble, this is where we take my non-dominant hand and we start drawing in the lines. So we're going to start with the grey ones. And I find this just helps the lines be a little bit more organically variated. I can speak. Oh, goodness. And then we can come in with the dominant hand and just adjust and thicken as need be. So yeah, once we've done all the marble, we'll go in and we'll finish off all those buntings that we pre-shaded with the colours and stuff, but we haven't done any of the details on or finish the shading on, so we'll get all the bunting done. And then we'll just start working left to right and getting the details in. It's kind of the plan. It's just work left to right and finish off the stuff as we come across it. Because this is the last big thing to fill in. Once all this pillars and framework and that central one are done, that's the last sort of big open space done. And then it'll just be deciding what colours need to go where for the remaining details, adding in some additional shadows to anything that's too light or highlights to anything that needs highlights, and it'll be done. It'll be finally done. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Like, I can see us getting there. Actually, Chai, you would know, most likely. What are these actual ripples in the marble called? like striations, is that the correct term? For the different variances in the marble. Or like stones that have got those ripples in them. Note to self, close window next ad break. It's starting to get chilly again. Veins. Okay, cool. I can remember that because we have veins. Let's just add in an extra one there. No, we're just kind of making it up. And the grey ones aren't as predominant because we've got the gold ones going in on top and they're a lot more predominant. Nyoing, 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 nyoing. It's really fun doing the veins. It's like you work hard to do all these like gentle shades and like beautiful details, and you get to come in and just go nyung, 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 and scribble all over the page. And yes, the sound is essential. Sound effects are always essential. Nyung, ding. Can't be the only one who like makes sound effects as they colour in. Pretty common to see in metamorphic rocks. Marble is a limestone that is recrystallized under higher temperature and pressure. Ooh. See, this is why it's cool to have a geologist while you work on rock in your chat. I'm just like, wee, pretty rocks. You're like, actually, here's interesting facts about them. It's very cool. I learn a lot about rocks from Chai. Rocks are surprisingly interesting and cool. And also pretty. And also effective weapons. Say boop all the time when carefully filling in different parts of a figure for my masters. Yep. Boops are good. We also had a running joke of newts here for a while. I can't even remember what it was about. I just remember we had a lot of newts on the channel for a while. And that is N-O-O-T before anyone gets any ideas. This is a very family-friendly stream. Even though it's still rated adults. We try to keep things a little on the safer side because that makes it easier for me. Because I like having a little glittery bubble on the internet to go to. Okay, I'm kind of messing up on these lines here. They're not looking right. Don't know if maybe I've just done too many, or we'll just darken some of them and blend out some. Because this one's a bit weird, because technically this is all like one piece of marble with different facets, so I don't know. It's not looking right. But again, it's also the grey layer, which is mostly blended out anyway, so it's really not the end of the world. I'll just make it a bit darker in there. Blend that one out a bit, because that one's just messy. We'll just hide it, you know? I was perfect all along. I don't know what you're talking about. Or newts according to closed captions. At least the closed captions picked me up today. Oh, I can't wait till the package is delivered this afternoon because a bunch of pencil extenders should be in there. And having more than 2 pencil extenders is just going to be amazing. Alright, so we're just going to darken some of the veins that are on the darker section, just because they do get a bit, like, we want them not like boom in your face, but you do want to see hints of them there, you know? You want to know the veins are there, even if you don't see all of the vein. And there's some variance in the veins as well, like they have sections of light and dark, so just kind of helps add to that as well. But it's cool because I kind of get to work a bit messy while doing it too, and loose and quick. Like the actual process of turning stone into marble in terms of colouring isn't actually that hard, because you've essentially colour it as if it's like stone with the grey shading, and then it's just adding a bunch of details on top to make it believable as marble, which is just a bunch of lines, and it's kind of quick. So I do like that. Cool. Alright. So now we take one of our light warm greys. I'm just going to use number 3 because it's the first one I picked up. Doesn't matter too much here because most of this has been shaded with warm grey 4 to 6. But we just want a lighter one, and we're actually going to just work over everything. Almost like we're burnishing, but we're not using the pressure of burnishing. It's really just a fill in and smooth out. And it will just sort of blend those lines slightly, blur them out, and then any variations it will just sort of smooth out a bit. Because the grey veins, the grey veins and the sort of white beige marble in the reference photo, they were actually quite soft. So we actually do this twice because we do this technique again over top of the gold, but by doing it twice we really kind of just recede them out. Used a bit too much pressure there, but that's okay. Totally forgot to send you a screenshot of how dark it looks to me with the curtains closed on my web. Okay, cool. I will have a look at that later on, Chai, and see what I can figure out for you and try and help you out. Lighting is honestly so hard when it comes to real life streams. Generally, the more light, the better. But also stable light is a big thing. One of the things as well, which I actually I had to chuck some temporary bulbs in there that weren't the right type, but you can get daylight bulbs, and that's what I try to use in everything because they don't affect the colour. So I have daylight bulbs generally have the blue light of daylight, so the colour is more on par with what we get in daylight and natural light. So like all my lamps around my desk all use that blue light, that natural daylight, except in the bedroom I have not got the blue lights because the other thing is our bodies read that blue light as daytime, so it kind of makes your brain go, oh, it's daytime, and affect your sleep cycle. So anywhere like the bedroom and stuff where if the lights are on in there, I don't want the blue daytime light, I want the yellow light of night, so my body goes, okay, it's not actually blue light, so it must be sleep time, you know? But yeah, out here we're all blue light, but I'm usually out here till bedtime anyway, so it's probably not the worst thing that overhead normal lights have yellow bulbs in them, but also I like blue light. Plus I like the actual colour of stuff. I like being able to see the actual colour, not something with a yellow tinge to it from the overhead lights. Yeah. It's the same in Taranaki. We get 4 seasons in a day. We've already had rain and bright blue skies. And it's only 11:30 in the morning. And it's starting to get chilly again, which is why it's like, ew, next ad break I better make sure I actually close the curtains, because, not the curtains, the windows. Because I open them to get some fresh air in here, because, you know, fresh air, it's good to vent out. It's good to open up and get some air moving through the apartment. But now I'm like, oh my gosh, it's cold. This part really hurts the hands. Oh, here we go. Alright. Last little section to blend of the grey. For this part. And then we can start on the yellow veins, aka the gold veins. Going to add a sideways blend because I've worked quite linear and it's very obvious. And at this point we shouldn't be having obvious pencil, we should be quite blended out. Except for the bottom, because the bottom's always very difficult. Yeah. Grab your cardboard. That's why I really like it when colouring books come with a frame and you're not working right up to the edge of the colouring book. But I also do like the look of the page being right up to the edge. Yay! Smooth! Alright, next step. Gold ripples. So now we're using our green gold. And we're going to do the same thing. Sammy! Hello, Samsara! How you going, beautiful? Good morning indeed. Hope you're having a good morning so far, love. It's good to see you. We are making progress. Slowly. Just about finished the first pillar. We're going till it's done today. Terrible habit. Don't start it. Actually, when I did the little showing of my lights, I adjusted that wrong. Now it's too high. There we go. Yes, bacon and eggs. Oh, sounds so good. I have more eggs coming and I'm excited. I still have a few eggs left, but now I have lots of eggs. So I won't feel so bad about just like frying a couple of eggs for breakfast. Honestly, like an egg, bit of chili oil, bit of green onion, such a good breakfast. Sorry. I did it again. How are you feeling after the ball last night? You looked gorgeous. I hope the performance went well. I'm so sorry I didn't get a chance to catch up with you. I just passed right out, which was not the worst thing in the world because I was honestly in so much pain. So, yeah, needed to really just pass out. So, yeah. Did mean though that I did get a good amount of sleep, which again also very much needed. So, but yeah, you looked so pretty. Alright, we'll come back and work on fixing those, but I like the placement of them. There we are, it's starting to get there. Probably can't even see too much of what I'm doing right now, but we're starting to base out our yellow lines. Some of them are very light right now, but we will go back in and define those in a bit. No, I'm gonna move it back over here because it's easier for my hands. I know when I do this as well, there's a bunch of shadows, but again, my lights are set up for my predominant hand, not my non-dominant hand. So, bear with me. It's not going to be forever. It's just while we do this section. Nope, don't know what I was doing there, but okay, I guess the lines are like that now. I'm glad I went out, glad I came home when I did. Yeah, I'm proud of you, both in going out and knowing when it was time to come home. Because they're both big things, you know? And that's the thing too, like, sometimes people are like, oh, I don't want to go out, I can't be bothered. And it's like, well, you can't just leave. Like, you can go say hi and then be like, yo, I'm done. Tap out and go home. It's valid, you know? But socialization is hard, I get it. Next Saturday, I have 2 social events, and I'm just like already tired thinking about it. Oh, goodness. So I have a niece's birthday. It's next Saturday now. Which is great, and then that's at lunchtime, and then at night I have my Christmas work do's Christmas dinner that I'm going to as well. So it's like, cool. Okay, 2 massive social events. In the past, I've also hosted the post Christmas work do at my place, because again, I live in the centre of town, so people would arrange a week to drop off drinks to me, and then after they go to the work do, they come around to mine, we all have a few drinks, and then they all go into town to dance and party. It's just a cheaper way to get some drinks. but not this year. The house is not in a state to do it, and I just genuinely don't have the spoons. And most of the people I talk to at work no longer actually work there. So, yeah, it's just like, yeah, no, I'm not going to host it this year. Right, so you would have seen there I was using my right hand a lot more. This section's a little hard because we've got a lot of like little sections in here between the cobwebs, so it's a bit harder around here to draw the lines in. But now we're going to go in and clean up these lines. And in fact, I'm using the wrong colour. We're going to use our bright yellow to blend this. And just extend our lines, clean things up, make the lines wider. I say the lines, the veins. Except I probably could have used the green gold over here because we're in the shadows, so that's okay. Oh my god, all I can smell is that bread. I'm gonna have to get some at the next ad break. I'm just gonna have to. It's just all I can smell. It's making me want it so badly. Hydration is important, Chai. You are very correct. Let's also hydrate. Because again, we're not getting headache from the injection, so. Hydration is the key, especially because again, it's going to be a long one. Although 2 hours in and we should have finished this pole, hopefully. Now granted, half of it was already based before we started, but this is also quite a big section. I've talked about before how big sections are actually really annoying. Big empty sections are annoying. It's actually easier to colour in lots of little sections than it is to colour in a big section. But then over here we have a lot of little sections, but also a lot of shading detail. Alright, we've gone a bit heavy on some of these veins in the yellow. Like, there's a lot of yellow veins, but also that's okay. It's okay. You know, maybe this section just did have a lot of gold veins. Some sections do of marble. You know? Cool. There's all our yellow based. You have 6.5 hour rehearsals today starting at 12:30. Youch! Well, make sure you also hydrate because that's a lot of rehearsal, a lot of singing, a lot of dancing. But also, I know how close it is to opening night and it's a full dress rehearsal today, isn't it? I know it's a full rehearsal. Is it a full dress rehearsal? Because when it's a dress rehearsal, it just really starts bringing stuff together too. I love dress rehearsals. Yeah. Well, you have an absolute blast. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. You got it. Sing your little heart out. And there's a good chance I'll still be going by the time you get back. Just saying. Dress rehearsal, first day in theatre. Oh, it really starts to feel like a proper show. Oh, and you'll be doing full tech as well with the lights. And oh, I love it. I love it. It's such a fun experience, those rehearsals, because normally when I come in with lights, we're coming in on tech rehearsal, which is a lot of like blocking and lights and everything changed, and that's where I'm writing up all my cues and stuff like that. But when you have all that tech sorted and then you get to do the full dress rehearsal, it's like watching the show. It's just so good. I love it so much. I miss lighting. I miss lighting a lot. But yeah, last year door was definitely a lot more accessible for me to do, so we'll be doing the same this year. I'm not even going to apply to be in the lighting team. I'm not even going to offer to type the cues, because even the typing of the cues was too much for me, because that's full days, and it was like at least 3 full days. So they're just going to have to learn to do their own cues, even though Brad is terrible at it. It's quite cool as well when you do the back door as well, because you kind of get to watch the show but from behind the scenes. So, and the great thing is that these 2 shifts on doors, so I'm not even doing the full show, and I will let the organizer know that I will take any of the late shifts, because I'm usually there till the end of the show anyway, because we go and get drinks afterwards. But also it means I don't have to run from work, which is just, because I'm not trying to make it to the theatre at 6:30 when I finish work at 6:30. So, yeah. I mean, now the theatre's like literally 3 minutes away, so it's really not hard. Yeah, you got to do inductions as well. Yep. Health and safety inductions. Don't go on the fly floor unless you've got a fly license to operate all that. I don't even know if your theatre has a fly floor. It's very important though. Cool. So what I'm doing now is I'm using the Bistre, and we're darkening up sections of the veins, because again, variation in the colour. We're focusing more on sections where the veins are either bigger or 2 veins meet up. So that's kind of where I'm trying to put more of the Bistre. I don't even know if that's how the colour's pronounced, but it's what I call it. I know this year's production is Jersey Boys, because I only help out with 1 production a year. It's basically all I have the spoons for. It is a big commitment. So I help out with the Operatic Society's production, which is a semi-professional production, because they do pay people for it, but they also have volunteers. So I am a volunteer. I am not paid for it, but it's a lot of fun. And they are very good at looking after us in the New Plymouth Operatic Society. And I've heard from multiple people who come in from out of town that New Plymouth Operatic Society is the most like welcoming and social and engaging. Like everywhere else, people just do the show and go home. And here we have a bunch of like, everyone goes for drinks afterwards. We all hang out. It's a very different environment, so I really enjoy it. And the crew is really good about allowing me still to help out in a way that works with my body, because the first year I was still completely mobile. It was before my flare up, it was before the disease degeneration. So the first year I helped out, I was on lighting, and it was my first ever year lighting, and the lighting director was blown away apparently with how I lit, and one of the previous year's director of the show was in this theatre, and actually went up to the lighting director at one point and said to him, if you have her on lighting, you can have follow spots when I direct, because when he directs, he does not allow follow spots. He hates follow spots, because we're humans, we miss cues, we don't always land things perfectly, and I was really pedantic. The rest of the lighting crew is very casual and would have, like, you know, the song's Waltzing Matilda, the light comes on, maybe that you need a blue light. Whereas I would put on third beat, blue light, size 9, half brightness, soft edge, will transition to the right over here, be careful of this wall. Like, those were my notes, because that's me. And I wanted to make sure I knew exactly what I was doing. Now, of course, actors vary on stage, so you can have the most perfect notes and then the actor forgets their movement cues or something happens, like, yeah. But I was pretty consistent, and that's in year 2 when the lighting director contacted me and goes, please come back, I want you on spots again because you're so great and I want to give you one of the lead spot positions this year. I was like, cool, except this has happened and I'm now in a walking frame. I'm still eager to help, but we're going to have to work out mobilization because this is an issue for me now. So we worked out a couple things, like the production manager arranged with the theatre for me to come in the main entrance where all the actual people viewing the show is. So I actually came in the main entrance, used the elevator for the public to get up to the top floor, and then I only had 6 steps to mobilize up, instead of having the 98 steps to come from the back to the front, plus the stage back area to maneuver. Like, it's a mission for me to maneuver in from the back. So we worked out for me to maneuver from the front. And then for all the social events, everyone helped me up the stairs to the social rooms. And the production manager and me went to the actual theatre, which is owned by the council. And, like, they've been pushing to get the theatre suitable for wheelchairs anyway, which it is for patrons. And the bottom level is suitable for actors in wheelchairs. But that's theatre only hosts 300, where the theatre we use hosts 10,000. So it's the main theatre. So not 10,000, sorry, 3,000. It's 300 and 3,000 because it's multiple of 10. So I was one of the stories that we told about, you know, working backstage with a mobility limitation. And while it's not likely someone in a walking frame is going to be on stage moving set pieces or helping out in that sense, there should be the option. And there should be the option, like, I could technically help with props, I could help out with the back door, as I said to them. Like, there are roles in theatre for people with limited movement who want to help out, but right now the theatre is not accessible. And so I was explaining about all the different things I have to do to mobilise into the theatre, to even get into the theatre from the back. Can say as of next year there will be a ramp to get to the main stage. So as of next year I will have no stairs. There's still not a ramp to get up to the lighting box, but that's a whole different story, because during that first year when I did it, that is when I realised the physical toll on my body of doing it. Because yes, I would go up to those 6 stairs, one of the other lighting follow spotters would help me up those final 6 stairs, get my frame up there, and then I would use my crutches up there, and we got me like a higher stool so I didn't have to sit up and down, and I could sit when I wasn't lighting. We got a specialised box because the height of the lights meant that I need to stand on a box to actually reach the top of the light. So rather than use the little pedestal one, we got me a bigger one so that I'm at less risk of falling off it. Like, they really helped me to try and make it as easy as possible. And then, like, the follow spotters that I was lighting with, if I ran out of water, they were the ones that ran downstairs to fill my water bottle, for example. And because I wrote the cues in a way so that it would be the most accessible to my body while still filling my obligations in terms of the lighting positions. So, like, there was one section where I would have lit 4 songs in a row, and I was like, I cannot physically do this, but we have a follow spot free for this song here, so I can do 2, take a break, and 1. So we transitioned some of the cues around to make it more accessible. So there are things like that that they did to really make it easy as possible for me. And so I did it, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. So that was my second year, which was... First year was Priscilla, second year was Wicked, and that was after COVID as well, so there was a year's break in there as well with COVID. But it cost me physically so badly. And by the end of the show, I was like, holy shite. And then since that show, there had been more degeneration in my body. So when they came back to me last year for Matilda, or this year for Matilda, that's when I said to the lighting director, look, I'm so sorry, but I cannot physically do that again. I appreciate everything you've done to make it accessible for me, but the actual physical cost of me getting up, getting down, holding the lights, like I was shaking, and it was picked up a couple of times, and like there would just be on the stage manager would be in our cams, because we get our cues and stuff called, be like, spot one, you're shaking, and I'll be like, yeah, sorry, it's the wrists, and everyone's like, oh yeah, no, you know, I did the best I could, but it wasn't the performance that I had put on before. And yeah, so when it came to Matilda, I was like, I have degenerated even further in terms of my body, so it's not physically an option this year for me. However, I still want to be involved, so what can we do? And this is where the suggestion that I do the back door came in, because for health and safety reasons, everybody has to sign in and sign out when they're in the theatre. So the suggestion was made, do the back door, because it's literally sitting and just checking people in. And I was like, I can sit and check people in. And then Brad was like, can you still come in and do the cues for us on the free days? And I was like, yeah, of course. But yeah, that was free full days. It was only meant to be 2 days. It turned into free, and by the end of the third, they were going to have to do a fourth. And I said to Brad, I can't do a fourth. I physically cannot do a fourth. So luckily someone else was there to finish off the cues, and then the lighting team took over and adjusted them as needed. But it was set up mostly. So yeah, this year I won't even do the cues. I'm just like, sorry lights, love you, enjoy lights, can't physically do it. But at least we can still be involved in theatre. And like I said, they now have accessibility, so it's going to be easier to mobilize there, and I'm very excited about that part. Oh, oh my god. Speaking of mobilizing, stretching to the ground. Right. So, we've used a couple of darker browns just in that same idea, darkening up certain sections. I now have dark sepia. We're going to add this just on this darker section where it's more in shadow, just to make these gold ripples a little darker on this side, because again, this is all a lot more in shadow, so things would be a bit darker here. I think I also need to do a coat over the pumpkins. I have a feeling I did a dark sepia coat over those pumpkins. But we'll assess that at the end when we go back through. Alright, same thing again. We pull out one of our lighter greys. In this case, again, I've pulled out warm grey 3. We're going to grab one of, fun fact, these are my colour charts, but they also work really great when you're working on an edge to help you colour right over it. And it's the same thing again. You go right over everything, and this just helps with that gold, taking away the harshness of the lines, and we'll also blur it out a little bit. So this is what I mean about we didn't have to be too smooth, because I knew we'd go over this a couple of times. And and this also helps like make the yellow less yellow, because it's like adding a it's like we're blending it out, but we're also slightly toning it down with the grey, because we're using a warm grey. It's a very light warm grey, but it is still going to add that slight tone to the grey, which just helps make it appear a little bit less vibrant and more in that sort of dull gold colour range rather than just yellow, which we have used for the gold up here, but this is more of a shiny gold, where this is more of a muted gold in the marble. And then it's just onto white Posca highlights, and our first marble section is done. And then we just have 2 more things of marble, which if we can keep it to 2 hours a section, I will be very happy, because that means in 6 hours we'll have all the marble done, and then we can get onto the bunting, which hopefully is an hour. So that's 7, and then we're onto the final details. Like I said, today's going to be a long one. We're going till it's done. I am prepared for a long one. It's going to be a long one, but we'll keep going. I should not run my hands over it. I do that a lot. I go and sweep with my hands, which wouldn't be such an issue if I wasn't wearing my compression gloves, because there's like rubber on here and things get caught. It's not great. Why we have a makeup brush. Cool. So we take our 1mm Posca, 1mm, 0.7mm actually to be exact. And now we're going over these gold lines, but we're just working with really light pressure. This is a very juicy Posca, so it's coming out way too thick. We're going to have to do some scratching off there. This must be the new Posca, because it's way too intense. Luckily, we can kind of use a pencil to smush these out a bit. The idea is it's just like the brightest highlight of the gold. Just a really subtle white highlight. So scratch away some of that. And it just adds a little touch to... Oh, now it doesn't even want to work. There we go. Oh my gosh, yeah. This is the new one. I opened up a new one. For a piece that I was working on yesterday for the patrons. Because I needed white Posca in that one too, and I needed a very juicy opaque one, so I opened up the new one. Wonder if I can find the older one, because the older one's a bit better for this. There's the old one. Yeah, there we go. See, now you're not. There we go. Okay. So we'll use the old one to do these ripple highlights, and then we'll use the juicy new one to do the bright direct highlights. See, there's not enough in there to actually be opaque, so it actually just looks muddy and not that bright contrast that we want. So never mind. We will go in with our juicy Posca and we'll just scratch it away. That technique has been working. Just concentrate a couple more on this side. At least it's not hard to scratch away. Oh my gosh, I am so sorry. I did not even realize we had headed into an ad break. Ha! Lost in the zone. I was going to snooze that as well. Oh, alright. Well, I guess we're taking an ad break. Oh. Get bread. I got bread. Fancy bread. Can even see like a little bit. I just chucked some butter on it. You can also see some of the jalapenos and stuff on there. Fancy sourdough. So good. It's got that beautiful sour tang to the loaf, that crispy outside. You can see the crispiness at the sourdough. Then it's also got a bit of cheese and jalapeno worked into the dough itself with that little spicy sour inside. So good. But we're going to wait to take that because I wanted to finish this and have that as my little like, yes, you did it. I was also meant to shut the window. We'll do that afterwards. Yum, yum, yum. But let us carry on. We're so close to having this part done. It's, yeah. That's why I do like Vi's little, like, it's almost ad break. I'm usually pretty good at not missing them. Because, again, I can kind of tell with my body where it's like, oh, you need to move. So, and then I'll look up and be like, oh, I'm getting sore. Oh, it's almost time for an ad break. So, my body kind of also alerts me that, hey, it's probably been an hour. Because you need to stretch. But I do like Vi's little, like, it's almost time for an ad break. which I believe a VOD went out, or a little YouTube tutorial about how to do that. So, should look into that. Which, rather than being like, time for an ad break, I need to get like maybe the Madagascar lemurs that are like, I like to move it to remind you to like move it. Because it's like, yeah, it's an ad break, but it's our stretch break. That's why we run them. It is my hourly reminder to stretch, which allows me to stream without the pain. So, I mean, if I could do it without the ad breaks, I would. But I would still have an hourly reminder to stretch, and I would stop every hour to stretch regardless. So it's like, well, we have to run ad breaks anyway, so we might as well put the two together and take it as our self-care break. So, it's very healthy to actually stop and stretch. And again, it makes it so much easier for me in terms of the streaming and the pain levels, so. You love that idea? I have to see if I get pinged for copyright, but if I use a small enough segment, it should be alright. I think it's 8 seconds that you can use. We should get the I like to move it part in there. Nope. Where's my... Oh, there it is. I ate that bread way too fast and I've given myself the hiccups. That one little bite that I took, that I was just so excited that I had to take a bite straight away. I also bit my lip because I was that excited to eat it. It's really good bread. I really... Oh. The other thing that I learned recently is that sourdoughs are really good for people like me that have FODMAP intolerances to gluten, because the aging of the sourdough, just like with cheeses, like the more cheese is aged and the harder it is, the less lactose it is, the sourdoughs actually have less gluten because of the sour nature of it or something. I have to look into it properly, but I heard that recently. I was like, oh, that's interesting, because I really like sourdough, so... Oh, I'm gone over the lines yet. That's what I'm trying to avoid doing. Yeah. Yeah, that's why the final countdown gets pinged, because it's not under 8 seconds. But also we need the... It's the final countdown. Do-do-do-do. Like, we need that full bit. And it's longer than 8 seconds. That's why every time someone chooses to play the final countdown sound alert, YouTube's like, uh-oh, on the VODs. But it's fine, because I just hit mute section. Or I manually cut it out myself. But also, I love that sound routine. I think it's funny. I think it's great. And I think it's appropriate, because how many times have we used the final countdown? Because it is. Like, when you're getting to the end of the page and it's the final countdown, it's just hype. Alright, so I don't even know if you're picking up on the little white that's been added to the marble, but I really just feel like it helps bring it together, having that little bit of white in there as well. Really just makes it read more as marble to me. that thinness is what I actually am trying to achieve with the Posca, but this is such a new juicy one that it's coming out in these thicker lines. When it's a little bit more used, it comes out more thin. But like I said, you can scratch away and you can also like dull them quite a bit, so it's fine. Alright, last step of this pillar. Light, shine, always an issue. Alright, we don't need you on this. I had to move all my Poscas into a biscuit box because they're at the point where they don't fit into the pencil case anymore, so Poscas need to find a new home. Alright, time for shine reflex. So, in this one, they're all on this side, because this is the one side that we have light on. On the pillars, it's a bit easy, because they're all lit by one side. So, we just take these black lines that have been drawn in by Kanoko, and we cover them up. Another thinner one down here, just for secondary. I'm gonna fade that out slightly because it's too regular. Cool. Now we start doing all these edge little ones. Each ones are a lot more intense because they're getting a lot more direct light. So that was just too juicy. Too juicy! Posca, you're just too juicy. And then we've got our secondary edge here that we want a bit more faded, so we dab some of that away. Cool, 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 cool. And then same thing up here. Nice bright one, focusing more on the bottom. And sometimes with these Poscas, it's actually easier to slightly overlap the line. And then using our black, just scratch away that excess Posca so that our highlight goes right up to the line. Because otherwise it's like really obvious that you stopped because of the like rounded nib on these. I removed too much there, so we'll just add a little bit more back in. Our secondary here, little touch there, way too intense. And then this one would also have a little bit of one, not very intense at all, but just a little touch. There's our shiny marble. There is the next marble pillar. All done. For one pillar. So, give you an overview. That's where we're at. So we've got both pillars now done. One door frame done. And now I've got bread. I'm not even a big bread person, but I just freaking love this loaf. Speaking of lighting, I speak from experience. It sounded. Yeah, so that's what I was talking about before with the daylight bulbs. You can get them from the supermarket. They might call them cool white or daylight or something like that. But yeah, those yellow lights, like the first thing I do when I move into an apartment is rip out all those yellow lights and replace them for daylight bulbs. Or at least neutral lights. I hate yellow lights with a passion. Bread. So good. So good. Pat. Hello. How are you going? Welcome in. Yellow lights be a nope. Very much a nope. Right, now I am just going to shut my window that I was going to do in the ad break before the ad break snuck up on us, and then I got my bread. So, oh, forget that there's a rubbish bag there. Ooh, be careful with the piles of stuff on the floor. Ah, brightness. There's life out there. See, it's so beautiful and sunny. It's like bright blue. Looks like a perfect summer day. It is icy cold. Alright. Yeah, cool daylight LED bulbs. That's what's in all my lamps. The one in the bedroom. But like I said, these ones above, I think they're neutrals. They've got a slight yellow tone to them though, but they were picked up by other members of the family because both the lights in my kitchen had blown, so I had to beg my family members to come around and replace both these lights because I can't get up on a ladder to do it, and pick up the bulbs on the way. And they did not pick up the cool daylight, despite me specifying, please get the cool daylights. No, wait, I stand corrected. I brought the bulbs, but I brought them on online shopping. And the supermarket delivered the wrong ones. And I just couldn't get to the supermarket because by the time I realised that I delivered the wrong ones, the return date was done. I couldn't even find the receipt. So I don't even know. I had them ready because I always have spare ones on hand. Though I don't at the moment because I use the spare ones to replace those. So I need to get some spare bulbs. But yes, hello Pat. We just finished off one more of the pillar. So we're doing good. I'm just taking a quick mini break while I eat some delicious bread that I picked up from the farmer's market today. It's a beautiful sourdough that's got chili and cheese in it. It's got jalapenos running through it. So it's slightly spicy, salty, savoury. So good. I mean, I always stream with the curtains closed. I work with the curtains closed. Like, the curtains stay closed most of the time. It's not great. Love my outfit. Thank you. I freaking love this dress. It has pockets. It's How Bunny. And it's got rainbow unicorns on it. And little potion bottles that say unicorn magic and rainbows. And it's not the only thing I own that's covered in unicorns and rainbows and magic. But super cute. And the funny thing is, when I got this dress, like, I saw it online and I was like, oh, that's really cute. It was full price. I don't buy full price clothes. So it was like $150 or something ridiculous. but it's cotton, it had pockets, it was sized for me, it's got a really cute cinched in waist here, and then it flows right out, so it's also really comfy to wear, and it doesn't affect my hips. And I saw it, and I was like, I really like it. And I was like, you know what, I'm gonna do it. Something is telling me I need this dress. So I brought the dress, and then I was like, oh, you just spent $150 on a dress. I think it was like, it arrived the next week. Then the week after that, my dad passed away out of the blue, very suddenly, like dropped dead in the middle of nowhere, in front of a doctor. It's a whole story. But yeah, no warning, none of us, like, no one knew he was sick. It was a blood clot that got caught in his heart, and he just went like that. So, just one of those things that happen. But I needed a dress for the funeral. Yeah. So, my innate gut feeling that I was going to need this dress was correct, because 2 weeks later, I needed that dress for the funeral. Funny things. Life just works in interesting ways sometimes. But yes, I'm glad you could be here, Pat. I know it's getting late for you, but I do appreciate you being here, even for a little bit. So today, we are streaming until this is done. So there's a good chance it'll be another you go to sleep and wake up and I'm still streaming days. Yeah, so we're about 2.5 hours in right now. We've finished one pillar. Like I said, I'm just taking a break to eat the bread, refuel. It's midnight? Yeah. So yeah, there's a really good chance. I'm expecting that it's going to be at least 12 hours. And I've been saying, you know, if we have to go for 24, we go for 24. But I think, because that took us just over 2, that's going to take us just over 2, that's going to probably take us just over 2. So we've at least got 6 hours just to finish off the marble. We've probably got about an hour, 2 hours in the bunting. That's 8. And then we've still got these details. So I can see this very easily being a 12-hour stream. So yeah, I love you being here, and please feel welcome to stay, but also if you are burning the midnight oil and desperately needing sleep, please know that I fully understand, fully encourage you to get sleep, and there's a good chance I'm still going to be going when you wake up, so don't push yourself as well. Okay, I've still got a few more bites of the slice of bread. But I think we're going to start because, again, we've got a lot of work to do. So let me bring you back down. I have my donut sitting over here, which is really dumb because all food products go on this side so that they don't go on the arts. Just might lurk for the whole night. Feel free to, lurks are always encouraged. And apparently I am very good to fall asleep to, so maybe it'll help you fall asleep. I don't know, but I have been told that by a few people that I am very good to fall asleep to, which I actually really love because it means that you feel safe and comfortable, and that's a really big thing. I can't fall asleep to certain streams, but I can fall asleep on other people's streams. Notably, I have fallen asleep multiple times to both Samsara and Vi streams. But it's because I feel safe and comfortable, so it's actually a compliment. It's not that you're boring, because you're not. It's that I'm comfortable. Sammy, aren't you meant to be at rehearsal now? I thought it started at 12:30 and it's 12:36. Not that I'm also saying you need to go, but also aren't you meant to be at rehearsal? Yeah, the way I fall asleep there as well. It's so bad. I go to Samsara's on holiday and all I do is sleep. But it's good. It's good to have solid nights of sleep. Without having to use sleeping medication or beer. is what happened last night, but also I needed it. So we're starting off here by marking out this inner ring of the door frame in blue. So this is actually, like, this is the actual, like, archway, and then because if we're thinking of this in a 3D space, this is the depth of the arch to the outside. And so this side is all going to be in blue. It's all in blue, and then we will extend the blue a little bit beyond onto the frame itself, but the actual section on the outside, this is all blue. So this is real easy. We just literally color this all in the ultramarine. This is the easiest part of the door frame. One color. Oh, I've just seen a section. Ah! There's my hand sphere. One of our pencil lines from when we were planning out the light that I missed to erase. Was going to be picked up soon. Starts at 1 proper. Ah, okay. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Oh, excuse me. That's what I get for eating bread and then also drinking energy drink and eating fast. Cool. And then we're going to use the same ultramarine, and we're just going to start going around stuff. So each of these banisters gets a blue glow because, again, it's all on the outside. The underside of the banister in between each of the I was going to say banister again, but it's not. The top of the banister in between the down middle parts of the banister. I don't know. These chest piece parts of the banister. The space in between also gets blue, because here it's blocked by the banister itself. But in here it's not, so that gets blue. I'm so good at technically explaining myself. Burping is just one of those natural bodily functions, and they come out so quickly from me that I have no control of them, and I don't even know that they're coming until I've already started burping. So yeah, it's one of those things. Try my best, but we can't, so we just burp on stream. Because it's gonna happen. Like, I could sit here and pretend I don't burp, but we burp a lot. Alright, so we got all our blue, and then we also want to do in here, and then since we have the ultramarine, we're also going to add another layer inside the cup to really amplify that that's got the blue, and then we're also going to improve this blue on the floor, because that would also have a blue reflect like over there, but it's just not quite as matching the other side. Balustrade. Okay, I'm probably going to forget that, but that. Cool. So in here we have, oh, I have forgotten stuff already. So we've got the top of the balustrade, ballistics, I don't know. Bob's your uncle. All the bees words. The bee's knees. That's my brain today. It's like one word means 10 words. I've gone way too far on the blue there. Electric erasers for the win. Cool. So the other thing is, now again we're on the inside here, and this marble archway actually has one of the most dramatic of the lighting changes, which is why it's the last one that I wanted to do, because the pillars are the dark and then it merges into the light, but it's not even because our light is across here. So in this small section here we go from dark to light very quickly. So we're going to be merging dark, medium, light, and then very light over here, because we also have the candles adding in that yellow glow. So over here we also have, and it's not just a subtle one like we did over here, which most of it's actually been covered up by the highlight anyway. This one we have the reflect glow from the bottom here, but then we also have reflect glow from these candles up here, and it needs to go out intensely enough that it would still technically be affecting here as well. So we actually have a little bit of yellow this side, and of course the marble is shiny, so it's also going to be reflecting these candle glows, which are our horrible yellow light. In fact, this is a really good example of the different lights, because we have the neutral light above where it's no color affecting it, we're just using the shadows of the items. We have the blue light from outside and the yellow lights of the candles. Technically that's a balustrade because it's safe on the balcony. Banisters and handrails are for stairs. Balustrade can be used for staircases though too. I wonder if it's just potato. Yeah. I don't know. It's the thingy-mabob on the thingy-mabob that does the thingy-mabob. Thingy-mabobs are good thingy-mabobs. Alright, now we start our basing. So where's our lightest grey? We want warm grey 1, because this is what's going to have to be used to blend into the yellow here, because this is absolutely our lightest section. You probably won't even see what I'm applying, to be perfectly honest, because it's so light. So we're also going to apply that all over the yellow, but all over this archway, and even blend it a little bit into the blue and use it just to help smooth out the blue. Easy. Alright, so as we come up here, we'll start bringing in some of our warm grey 2. So I would technically start shading this side, because this is where the yellow would fade out and it's getting less light, but then we're starting to get the blue light on that side, so really that side is all just the warm grey 1. Now we'll start bringing in the warm grey 2. Oh, stupid hay fever making my nose run. Sorry, I don't mean to keep sniffing. And then we want to start getting in some warm grey 3. You're going to go to sleep now? Oh, good, Pat. Enjoy your sleep. I hope it's a good, restful sleep that gives you everything that you need. And yeah, I will probably see you when you wake up, depending what time you wake up. That bite had a whole bunch of cheese in it, so it was very tasty. So there's the actual line. It's picking up on the original pencil line, the residue from that. So this is definitely where we're starting to get darker, so this is where we'll use our warm grey 3. Now normally I wouldn't shade with my pencil on the side like this, because it doesn't actually cover the tooth of the pigment, the tooth of the paper correctly, and you end up with a little bit of unevenness. However, it's actually a really good technique for when you're doing stone to sort of get the stone texture. Because, you know, stone does have some texture in it. And again, we're going to work over this quite a few times anyway, so it'll be fine. Alright, and I think this is where we'll start working in some warm grey 4. We'll start with our side here. In fact, before we get too far, we're also going to pull out warm grey 5, and we're going to use this on the bottom here, because there's also a bit of a gradient from the bottom because all of our light's kind of more towards the top, so the bottom section is a bit darker. Overlap with our warm grey 4 to help blend it together and keep shading up. You can start to see another one of the pencil lines because we press down with the lead pencil to mark out the lines, and it flattens the tooth of the paper so you can get a little bit of a channel. It makes it really clear where a pencil line was, so we just sharpen our pencil really finely and then fill in that channel. And just make sure around it has enough pigment to cover it up, and then it's like it never happened. Alright, let's bring in our warm grey 3 again. That bite had actual jalapeno in it, not just like the jalapeno spice from it being mixed into the dough. So tasty. Oop, I'm not even on frame again. So sorry. I have a bad tendency to do that. Now we're just working back across the archway, making sure everything's nice and smooth. making this blend in together. Enjoying the last of the bread slice. Debating if I need a sweatshirt. Alright, you can start to see the quite dramatic shift here. I'm actually going to tone this down with more of the number 2 and just darken it slightly, because yes, this is one of the lightest sections we've coloured so far. However, technically this will be, you can't even see where I'm putting, this will be even lighter because it's getting even more direct light. So just going to bring in a bit of number 2. It's still pretty light, but it's like just a little bit more grey pigment. Okay, balustrades. Now I think from memory we were using number 3 out here for most of this. Because while there is a lot of direct light around the outside of these guys, they're also in the dark outside. So the edges are lit, but the actual themselves aren't too much in the light, although there is a bit of light coming back from the inside. So we're just kind of working with a middle grey for the middle of the pact, because technically these are all white. Like, this is getting closer to the actual colour of the pillars, it's just they're in different shadows, so it affects how the colour looks, so they look more grey. Just doing tests with my bright cell phone camera, and I think I have a better idea of what I want. Recorded it. Ah, yeah. All good. Yeah, I'll check it all out after stream, huh? But yeah, flick it all through. And then if I forget to respond, because you know me and my brain, so just prompt me. But if I don't clear the notification, that'll be my reminder to check it after stream. But then sometimes I accidentally clear the notifications. I'm like, whoops. Because I try not to use my cell phone when I'm streaming. You know, I'm here to stream. So I try to not be on my cell phone, but occasionally you have to send messages or contact people and stuff. So we try, but also life. And especially on a day like today where it's like, go, 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 go. All good, Chai. Enjoy the lurk. Thank you for being here. May your lurk be everything that you need, whether that be rest, relaxation, or productivity. Or some combination of all three. I don't know. Alright, so now we're starting to use our warm grey number 4. Indicating some of these shadows. So it's quite good with having done this already, because I can kind of look to the other balustrades to give an indication of like how far I want to push things. Keeping in mind that we have a lot more bright light here than we do on the other ones. Whew. This is why I'm meant to wait a while after eating bread before I drink, because bread is also one of the most difficult things for my stomach to process. But that loaf is particularly good. I'm not like a huge bread person. Like, I don't mind not really eating a lot of bread. In fact, I have 2 loaves to chuck out because they've both gone mouldy because I forgot that I had bread. It's just cheap supermarket bread, it's not fancy bread. Because I forgot I had a loaf, I brought a second loaf. Could not put the second loaf in the freezer, and then forgot I had the second loaf as well. So I think I had like 6 pieces from both bags in total. It's a bit of a waste, and I don't like doing that. But I guess I'm just off bread at the moment. Sometimes I have times where I will eat a little bit of bread. And I will make a bunch of sandwiches, or especially toasties. I do like toasties every once in a while, but I guess I just haven't been in the mood. But yeah, I do like this cheesy chili bread from the market. Probably because it's a sourdough. I really like sourdough. Plus, of course, the cheese and the chili, like, can't get better than that. Right, so we have no squirrel sitting on top of this one to interfere, not interfere, but affect our shadow placement. So we're just going to keep the shadow consistent the whole way through, which is really just a good line across the middle. Oop. Sorry, bear with me. I moved it right in, which is cool to see the details, but now it's like not being lit. Ah, the never-ending battle. Here we go. Now you can actually see. Right, that's warm grey 4, so now we want warm grey 5. Just deepening some of these shadows. Oop, missed a spot over here. Let's add another layer. Oh, and there's the tip of the pencil. Only problem with sharp pencils, and they like to snap. At least the polys are a lot better for it than other brands. And it just means that I'm using too much pressure. Which makes sense, because the hands are the hands. So in here, we're going to actually darken more towards the right side. bit more of that up here too, because again this gets further away, so we have more shadow on the outside of these ones. This one's a bit different, but towards this one here we definitely have more shadows on the outside. Oh, doing it again, not even in frame. Oh, there's some cracks. Whew. Posture check. Make sure you're sitting with the correct posture because it also helps. Alright, I think that will actually work as a base. It's not perfect, but again, we work over this quite a few times, so it's actually okay. No, let's grab the poly first, and then we'll work the Prisma later. Let's just blend out these edges. This is just like helping us blend the blue into the grey a bit more. It's a bit of a jump in transition, but also it's very much just an edge highlight. So, and we're going over all of that with the Posca anyway. We'll use this to start bringing it over to the grey. It's not going to pick up all that much, but that's kind of what we want because it's really just a subtle blue glow that'll appear on the inside. Oh, there's the stomach starting to hurt from eating bread. Worth it. Worth it. Do have to go pee though. It must be near an ad time as well. 5 minutes. Look at that. Could tell we were getting a bit sore. Right, so this is one of the 2 Prismacolors that we've been using on this page, and they just they work really well on top of the polys, but they also make it quite hard for the polys to work on top of the Prismas because of their waxiness and their creaminess, which is great when we're about to go and do a bunch of lines, because this will kind of stop us from being able to work too effectively over the blue section, which is actually what we want, because we want to keep the blue glow as the blue glow. And while there may be a little line or two that we can see in there, most of it is just legit blue glow. Much quicker doing the balustrades this time because I've already done one set of them, so it's like I already know what we're doing here. Oh, I'll be glad when we get away from these windows though, because my god, does the shiny iridescent paint that's on top affect how the light works around here. Plus, of course, we've got the shiny pencil glow as well to add to all the fun. Gotta love shiny pencils. But yeah, that is the majority of the basing done. Like, we've still got the details to come in with the lines and stuff, but we are about to head into an ad break. So I'm going to start this just a couple minutes early because I do need to go to the bathroom. So we're going to use this as our slightly longer break. So while I stream every hour, we take a 3-minute break. About every 3 hours, I will take about a 5-minute break, usually because I have to pop to the bathroom at that stage. But I will actually get up and mobilize and walk around the house and do a little bit more stretching in this break. So I am going to put you on the Be Right Back screen. So if you do want to go and make a cup of coffee or some food and you think it's going to be longer than 3 minutes, this is a good ad break to do it in, because we're going to be a couple extra minutes in this one. So yes, let's get this ad break started. I'll get you on the Be Right Back screen. Remember that the wonderful art show that pops up during the stream, this break screen, if you are interested in any of the lovely artists, their name will be on the image, and you can just type exclamation and their name in the chat to pull up info about the artist, including where to find them. I love our little slideshow. I think it's really cool, and I can't wait to get more in there. But yes, let's get this started, and I'll see you all in a couple of minutes. So, break screen, and mute. Yay, it's still picking me up. Cool. Alright, thank you for bearing with me as we did that. Feeling much better. Definitely needed a bathroom break. Good walk around the house. Also found myself a little sweater to throw over because it's getting a little cold. It's not quite blanket weather cold yet. Not blanket. Blanket hoodie, which I have behind me, so I can put that on. But I just thought I'd chuck this one over for now. Just give myself a little bit more warmth, but not fully be in a blanket hoodie yet. Though I'm probably going to have to eventually because it's really starting to get icy. It's feeling very chilly. There's definitely something in the air. But yes, we are up to the next stage, which is the lines. Now, we're going to start with the ones on the balustrades because those are a bit easier. And we're going to use our good old... No, we're not. We're going to... This is what I was also going to do on break. We did not get there. So bear with me 2 seconds. Let's move that right back so we're getting none of that. And I'm so sorry, you're going for a little move. Let's try that again. Oh, no, wrong side. Let's start this side. Can see where the scratches are on my camera now. Cool. Instagram, keep people up to date that we're still going. Hopefully it's not too long. We are 3 hours in. Right pillar done. Right archway in progress. On. Then. Cool. All right, let's get on with this. Never-ending battle to find the right camera position. Cool. Right, now we'll get on with the lines. No, the other thing I have to do, I have to put my compression gloves back on. Because I have to take them off to go to the bathroom. One. And the not as effective one, but doesn't blow out the camera one for the right hand. I need to find where my blue cover over gloves are. I can chuck on top of the black gloves. It helps sort of neutralize out the colour. Alright. Same thing again. We're going to start by doing our grey lines on the balustrade. So I'm using warm grey 4 here. And again, non-dominant hand, which I know means you really can't see all that well what I'm doing, and I do apologise, but everything is set up for my dominant hand. So you just have to bear with me while I draw some squiggly lines in. Alright, let's refine these out a bit. So we're using a colour darker than what we use for our primary base colour, and these pillars being neutral in the middle, they've been done with warm grey 3. So we're using warm grey 4 for our line work. That's the Animal Crossing song. It's not actually Animal Crossing, but it just reminds me of Animal Crossing. Cool, and now we're going to pull out our warm grey 5. Use this in some of our darker areas. And start adding in our variants. So again, anywhere that's bigger, anywhere that's in shadow, anywhere where two lines may meet up, will be darkened with warm grey 5. Cool, and then we grab our base color again, which again is warm grey 3 in these middle ones, and we use this like in all over. Now we may have to come back in and re-darken some of the balustrades afterwards, because I remember we had to do that with the other side. That's okay, we can do that at the end. In fact, the warm grey 3 is actually a little dark. I probably should have done this with warm grey 2. In fact, I might chuck a layer of warm grey 2 over the top just to help out. So that's adding a bit too much pigment for what I want. Because we want to go a bit lighter and use it to help blend everything together, including the grey into the blue. We have still got another layer to go on top of this with the gold anyway, so. Cool. Right, for the awkward part. Because we have such variance across here, I can't just use one colour to do the lines. So over here, where we're the lightest, we need to use warm grey 2, possibly warm grey 3, moving into warm grey 4, and then possibly 4, 5, or maybe even 6. We haven't had to use a lot of 6 so far, though I did notice one area I needed to use that, which is down the bottom here. And a little bit in there. So we're not going to worry about doing any line work in here. It's such a tiny section, it's a bit irrelevant. So we're going to start with warm grey 2, and I'm just going to do like a test line. Oh yeah, that's noticeable. Cool. Alright, let's just use warm grey 2 because we can always darken. It's getting a bit invisible up there, so we will start using warm grey 3 up here. Cool. And now we're starting to get a bit invisible again, so now we'll start bringing out warm grey 4 to work around here. born grade 5. Working through the full family here. Start working in here. And that line from the light, we'll use that as one of our ridges, just to make it bleed in. Alright, I think we'll get away with 5. We'll be able to darken anyway. Okay. Back to the start. Oop, we've had a YouTube subscriber. Thank you to our new YouTube friend. I hope you are enjoying all the YouTube videos. There's a lot of them. Got a couple more filmed yesterday, which is nice. I'm debating because I've got one that can go up Monday, but I was actually wanting to put up a certain book flip on Monday, but the book's not arriving until Monday morning now, which is fine because I could just put it up a bit later than I put up my normal videos. Because if I don't do it on Monday, it's not happening until Wednesday, because Tuesday is when the VOD of the last stream goes up, because that's how I do my VODs, is they go up on the day of the next stream. It just makes it easier for me. It's quite good too, because in the colouring community, if you're not on colouring YouTube, there's at the start of the month, of a new month, the what I coloured previous month video goes up, and it's like the staple of the colouring community. It's everyone's like, there's people who will only watch the what I coloured this month videos, and I do that for a lot of channels. I will just watch their monthly reviews because their techniques aren't something that I'm interested in necessarily, but I still like seeing what they produce, or I just want to support them. But there's like, I follow like 300 colorists, like I can't watch every single video that goes up. So I watch the ones that interest me or notably call out to me, but then I will watch the completed pages videos because I find them really, really cool. And I love seeing what people did. So, and it's the same thing for me. I see it in my stats, like, you know, some videos get 30 to 80 views. They don't get a lot, especially with my subscriber count, but I have a lot of old subscribers from the first time I started YouTube, and then I took my break, so I had 2,000 from that. So it's not necessarily active ones, and the content has changed, so I understand that they may not be. It's fine. It's not about the numbers. Anyway, the point is, like, anywhere from 30 to 80, maybe 120 depending. Depending on the book flip, I might get some more on some of the book flips, especially if it's some of the like Kirby books and stuff like that, and if it's new books that are coming out, stuff like that. Like I got Color Universe, and I was one of the first ones to get that because that got released slightly early here by the company. It wasn't meant to be, but it meant that I got to flip it before anyone else did on YouTube. So that one was like 600 or so in the coloring community. But then I put up the coloring monthly videos, and that'll be 600 views compared to like the 30 to 100 that I normally get on videos, because they are way more popular in the coloring community. And it can be a bit more than that as well. Depends on the month, depends on what I put out, depends on lots of factors. Again, it's not about the numbers, so I just like making the videos. I think they're fun. I like YouTube. I have a lot of fun with it. And that's the main thing. You should just be having fun in what you do. I do want to sit down and film more actual tutorials. Oh, look at that. New follower as well. Thank you, Katif13. Welcome to the community. You are more than welcome to sit there and chill and lurk, or you are welcome to chat to us if you would like to chat to us. We've got a lot of people who just like to lurk and have me on in the background, and that's perfectly fine. But if you want to introduce yourself and say hi, feel free to as well. Alright, I think that's looking alright for the actual like veins of the marble for the grey version. So now we get our warm grey 1, and it has to be 1 because we've got the lightest of the light side over here. And this is when we're going to start our, again, it's almost a burnish. It's not burnishing. We're not using firm pressure and trying to force every layer to smush together, but we are trying to smush these ripples just a little bit and just fade them out. You know what I just realized? Oh, goodness me. Excuse me while I quickly edit my stream info, because I've got coloring twice, but they're both American versions for the tags. We have not got the UK spelling of coloring. And I don't know why, because I could have sworn I did the UK and the American spelling of coloring, because they bring up different people when I search them. Now it is correct. I wish Twitch would introduce a thing with tags where it would recognize, like, if you search for the coloring without the U, it will also search coloring with the U. If you search LGBTQI+, it will also do the LGBT, LGBTQIA+. Like, it will do all the variations. Plus is the word, plus is the symbol. I wish they would do that. Where it's like, this is very similar, so let's include this. Or even give you the option of, do you also wish to include these similar tags? Or just set up more like official tags rather than us just customizing tags. But I also like being able to customize the tags, because sometimes I will use the artist that I'm coloring as a tag. But I'm running out of tags. Or maybe some more tags. I don't know if anyone else, like, this is how I discover a lot of new people on Twitch too, is the tags. Because like, when I come on to Twitch and I'm watching Twitch myself, I do like look at who I'm following, see who's on, and I usually pull them up, but I usually have 3 or 4 streams open on the go at once. And I'm not the only one that does this. We tend to have up a few streams at once. And when I'm looking like who's online, who I follow already, I'll do that. But then I also search the coloring tags, both the UK and American version, to see if there's anyone who is specifically coloring pages, and then I will go and browse the art tab as well. But see, like, I've found colorists who put themselves under coloring mobile games and stuff, because those are on Twitch as options. There are coloring, like digital coloring games, and people put themselves under it when they're coloring. And so you can stumble across people in all sorts of categories that way. And the art channel, the art category is so oversaturated that it's actually really difficult to find people in there sometimes. So that's why I like to use the tags and have the spelling of the tags. So I search via tags. I don't know how everyone else discovers people on Twitch, but that's how I like doing it. Hi, just came from your YouTube channel. Loved your October colouring pages. I'm colouring too. Going to lurk for some time here. That is all good, Cattiff. We have quite a few people who just like to lurk and have me up in the background and work on colouring while I'm colouring, or work on their own projects. So please feel free to. I would love to know what you're colouring because I'm nosy. And if you have like a Instagram or something that you want to share to show what you've been colouring, please feel free to as well, because I'm nosy, but no pressure. And welcome in. I'm so glad you discovered us. Thank you for coming across from YouTube as well. I appreciate that. We have a good time here on Twitch. But yes, this is the one that I featured at the end of my October colouring pages. This is the massive, massive, massive Kanoko Egusa colouring spread. We are very much getting there. We are streaming today till it's done. So there is a possibility that I will be streaming for 24 hours. I don't know. I don't think we'll be 24 hours. I think we're going to be at least 12 hours. Because we are 3.5 hours in, and we've done one pillar, and we're working on the archway. So we are getting there, but I reckon we've still got at least 12 hours worth of work. But yeah, I'm liking it. I'm really, really liking it. It's really starting to like come to life, and and the story behind it that y'all came up with in chat has just been amazing, incredible. There's so much lore to this page. So good, so good. All right, let me take you back in. Whee! I'll be glad when we do move away from the window, so in the iridescent shine. So pretty, but so awkward to work around. All right, marble, stage 2, time for the gold. So once again, we are using my non-dominant hand, and it's gonna be a bit awkward. And once again, because we've got this extreme light side here and this extreme darker side here, I'm not just going to be going in with the green gold and then adding the yellow to areas like I have previously. I'm going to work in my lightest colour on this side, and then about halfway through we'll switch to the green gold. In fact, we could just do the whole thing in yellow and then we'll just work over it in the green gold. So we'll just reverse it. We'll see how that goes. But we definitely need to work with our yellow on this side. And I need the pencil extender. Oh, I cannot wait till the package arrives. There's either 5 or 10 pencil extenders in there. Either way, it's more than 2, and I'm so looking forward to it. At least it's not as bad as when we were working on the other sections and I had like 7 pencils that needed extensions. And we were just having to swap every couple of minutes. It's just, frustrating. So, non-dominant hand as we draw in marble veins. Cool, and then let's do one up there. So again, there's no real like pattern or anything to this that I'm following. I'm just kind of adding in lines and then seeing if we need more, extending from certain ones. We're just really making it up as you do. As you do. Yeah, we're starting to get way too like, the yellow has like almost a neon effect. So we are going to switch to the green gold over here. We're going to use the slightly toned down yellow. They call it green gold. It's really not green gold. It's just as if you took my yellow and then added in maybe one tiny drop of green and then a bunch of brown. It's really a desaturated bright yellow, but it works perfect for this gold. Cool. Alright, that'll work. So, I come back over here. I'm going to define and extend these lines, these veins. Terrible habit. Don't even start. Okay. So we have an interesting conundrum here because the veins start with the yellow, but we've also got the yellow glow of the candle. So that's where using a bit of the green gold, but also the white Posca that we've been doing in the middle of the veins is going to be really crucial, because that's going to help us really define these veins in that light. But also that light is also very encompassing, so yeah. Alright, I'm going to keep using the yellow over here. A little bit there, a little bit there, a little bit there. It starts getting quite odd around here. Just chuck one in there too. Why not? Why not? Alright, time for the green gold. So again, we're adding this anywhere where two veins meet up, or anywhere where it's a bit wider to add some variation. And a bit more thoroughly on this darker side, because again, the shadows, and then it'll be less as we move through to the lighter side. Very light-handed with the green gold around here. We do want a little bit. Cool. Now we do the same thing with the bistro, which also needs the extender. Again, just little touches, little bits on the side, and then as we go through we'll use more of it. Start really indicating that gold. Yo, we're so close to finishing the second archway. Oh my goodness. And then it's just this middle piece that I've been dreading because I still don't quite understand its architecture. Right, a lot more bistro on that side. And we'll pull out our burnt umber. Yeah, burnt umber. I've also got the dark sepia out because we're definitely going to need some on this side. But there's no way we're using dark sepia on that side. In fact, I don't even think we're going to use burnt umber on that side. We'll use a little bit in the darker sections up here. Use it a bit in the shadows over here. more towards this end. And then the bistro, not bistro, the dark sepia. Is that dark sepia or warm grey 6? That's warm grey 6. Where's my dark sepia? Over there, with the warm greys. Actually, that's a reminder. I did use this on the... Oh, I haven't even done the balustrades. Oops. Oh well, we'll do that next. But I did use this as a top shader on the balustrades on the other side. Yeah. I have an album. I have an Insta where I keep an album of my completed pages. Ooh. It's okay. As I say, all colouring is valid colouring. So it doesn't matter how much, how little. You might just approach pages with like one marker and colour the whole thing in one marker. You scribble all over a page and that's still valid colouring because there is no wrong colouring. The only wrong colouring is not colouring. Oh my god though. Holy shite. I love that. Alright, hold up. Properties. Okay. Boom. Right. Yo! If you're not already, I know there's a few colorists in chat. Hit that Instagram link. Katrina? Katif? Look at this. I freaking love that. I was going to ask if that was Distress Inks, but yes. Also use Stickles. Stickles is my heart. I love Stickles here. But oh my god, that background and then that pop with the red brown. It's so stunning. I love that. Tales from the Witch's Cottage. I don't have that Hannah Carlson one, but I keep... Whoops, I just realised that this is why we don't shrink it down. Okay, let's actually do this properly instead of me just focusing on the artwork. Actually focus on the stream. Oh, it's pretty. I love that. Alright, let's go out of that and then make you big again. Rooms of Wonder. Oh, rainbows! We also love rainbows here too. It's really cool with the rainbow shelf across it. The rainbow light. I haven't tackled this page yet. I haven't done much in Rooms of Wonder, but I do like that. That's very cool. You have Clara Markova. So I don't own a Clara Markova book, but absolute dream to get one of them. I'm hoping to. Did I actually? I did not. Let's lay this on. I'm hoping to get one very soon. I see Rita Berman. I also don't own a Rita Berman, but also on the wish list. A lot more accessible for me than Clara Markova. But, look at that. Look. Yellow reflect. We've got a light reflect here in the bird. I love when you have those like a color affecting something by the light. It's one of my favorite things to do is light reflex. So love to see that. I did like that. Good, good. Hey look, you know Colouring Bumblebee. She's one of my regular buddy colours. Oh, I see a collection. Oh, that's such a good collection. Excellent choices there as well. I see some Kirby. We do love Kirby here. Alright, let's go back so I can actually see the chat. But, oh, they're really good. Really good. Thank you for sharing that. I love seeing people's artwork. So much fun. So much fun. It's so cool. And also just reaffirming my need to get a Clara Markova book. Because, oh, so pretty. And yes, Rita Berman eventually, but Clara Markova. Yeah, I can only get it from Etsy too here in New Zealand. It's going to cost me, I think, nearly $80 for one of her books, which is double my most expensive colouring book I've ever brought. And I have brought multiple books for $40. Like, $40 isn't uncommon for me for a colouring book, which is still very expensive for a colouring book, but shipping. But yeah, very pricey, but oh, they're just so pretty. And I know it's not just like me that's like, oh, they're pricey. Like, I hear that from everyone. They're gorgeous books, but they're very pricey, but they're worth it. So just have to get to a point where I can. It's one of those things that's like, eventually I will find a way to get it. But there's also multiple things on the wish list. And we will see. And I really should look at the computer stuff first. Like, the computer's kind of getting essential, so, because I've been saying for a while it's not a case of if but when with the PC, so we really do need to look at doing the upgrades on that. But I've been putting it off because I know once I start on the PC stuff, like, that's it for months. That's all I'm going to be able to get. It's just the PC components, all the components that I need. And that's just boring. It's good because when we do upgrade the PC, there's a lot more stuff I can do, but also I'd rather buy colouring books. I'd rather buy pencils. I'd rather buy fun stuff. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. It's not actually that the books are expensive, it's just the shipping. Yeah. And I think Etsy's pretty much the only place you can buy her books now. I should. I keep on, like, I have a couple of her free PDFs downloaded, ready for colouring in for next month, because she has some gorgeous Christmas ones, so I do think I'll colour those next month. Oh, my nose is itchy again. Hey, fever. But, oh, we'll see. We'll see. We've coped this long without them, you know. It's not essential. It's not like I don't have like 150 other colouring books to colour in. I'm not lacking in the colouring books. But yeah, they're gorgeous though, and I love seeing people's artwork in it. And every time I see someone's artwork in it, I'm just like, oh, I need this book. BD, who's currently, well, they were lurking in chat. I'm not sure if they're still there, but they put up some Clara pages in the Discord recently, and I was just like, oh, so good. I just like, it's one of those artists where I look at the artwork and it just makes me smile. So, and I also really love just flicking through books, even if they're not coloured in. So even like watching the flip throughs of her books, I'm just like, it just makes me so happy. So it's definitely one of those ones of, it'll be good in the collection. Alright, where's our burnt umber? So the yellow still looks really intense in some areas at this point. It's all good because again we're still going over it with a layer of grey and we've got white Posca to go on top. So we've got a bit of neutralization still to go on. Right, before we start blending, anywhere that we need to fix up. Anywhere that needs anything more, especially over here. This is where things get quite awkward. Oh, way too dark.
Hello Amy and chat. I hope you are well. The page is looking amazing. We can do this.
Hey, bud. Welcome in. Thank you, thank you. We have finished off the right hand pillar And we're working our way on the right hand archway. It is getting there. How are you going today, lovely? It's good to see you. Or to see your text as is. But yes, we are going until it's done. So we're going to be here a while. But we're making some progress. You know, we're almost 4 hours in. And we've almost finished the second balustrade. Like, it's come together really quickly on the balustrade, but I've still got all the blue shading to do. But it's also helpful that I've already coloured the other side one in, so I kind of knew what I was doing with this one. So that's helped speed it up a bit. Slowly waking up. It's because I wasn't here to distract you. Like, I don't need any help with the distractions, but also, you know, the distractions are always welcome. We have had a couple of distractions. I started a couple minutes late because I wanted to start at 10 today, but then the PC decided that even though Spotify was playing, even though I could hear it through the speakers, OBS decided it didn't exist and wasn't playing it. It was very weird. Involved a couple of reboots and me jiggling with OBS to figure out what was going on there. But we got there in the end. And then before I went live, I also went to the farmer's market next door to me. They didn't have any fruit, which is actually what I was after. But I got a beautiful sourdough loaf that's got chilies and jalapenos and cheese in it. So we had to take some bread breaks. And we're probably going to take another bread break. Or rather, on the ad break, I will probably go and get another slice of bread. Because, oh my god, it's such good bread. And I got the donut as well. My usual Sunday donut. I do like my little Sunday donut. But yeah, today we are streaming till it's done. So if we take 24 hours, we take 24 hours. I don't think we'll take 24 hours, but I am expecting we will take 12 hours. Just because of everything we've got left to do. Again, it's been 2 hours on the pillar, and then 2.5 hours on the pillar, and that already had some of the basing done. We've been working on the archway for about an hour and a half. Like I said, this one came together really fast, but we've still got all the blue highlights to do, and they take a bit as well. So, you know, we've probably got another hour in this one. And then we've got that central stand to do all the marble technique in. Then we've got the bunting. Then we've got all the little details. So we've still got a bunch of stuff to do. So we're going to be here for a while. But that's okay, because it's Sunday Fun Day and we can go for as long as we want. Good, the self-care is always important, but extra. Yeah, definitely. So we still will be taking our hourly breaks. We just passed the 3 hour mark, so I took my slightly longer break where I actually got up and walked around the apartment, went to the bathroom, did all that sort of stuff. We've got a massive thing of water today, and today is also injection day, and I took my injection nice and early, so it's already kicking in. But yes, we will be making sure we take our breaks, because that's going to be the key to working so long today, is ensuring we take those hourly breaks. My self-care was booking an eye test, and I need glasses. I thought that would be the case. Yeah. I mean, very common, but sucky because of the cost. However, you can ask to just get your prescription, and then I think it's Zenny Optical online. For a number of years, I was buying my glasses through them because it was only $15 for my glasses, and I was swapping glasses every 6 to 8 months. Because of the inflammatory disease, before we found out about the inflammatory disease, that's why my prescription was changing consistently. Yeah. But it's a way, because I didn't want to spend even the $70 to $80 for the cheapest pair of glasses when I knew in 6 months I'd need another pair. So I was just doing the eye test, paying for this prescription, going online and ordering a pair. $15. And they're passable. They're the equivalent of the really cheap ones from Specsavers. Do the job. Yeah, I'm sure it's Zenny Optical. Zenni. And hello, Steffi. Hello, how are you going today? Ooh. Right, I need to stop procrastinating. We've got a mission today. We've got a lot to do. We've got an extra juicy Posca, which makes this stage, this part, a bit more scary because it's just too juicy. Which seems weird to say. Although it could be quite useful in this area because we're dealing with those extreme lights. Yeah, nah, you're still too juicy. So yes, now we're going in over the veins of the gold and we put in our white Posca. And then because our white Posca is so juicy and way too intense, we actually scratch some of it away. No, that was the right pencil to be using, it's just not sharp enough. I'm okay, spent my morning cleaning. Ooh, yeah. Good job, as much as it sucks. That's hopefully what I'll be up to doing tomorrow. We'll see how we are physically after stream tomorrow, but I really need to do a good deep clean. I'm in a big mood to declutter. I just want to clear stuff out. But yeah, I really have to start tackling the housework. I didn't do anything last week because of COVID and being sick, so also very behind on a lot of the normal housework stuff. But that's my Monday job. That's not today. We're streaming today. My prescription isn't complicated, luckily it's very basic. So yeah, you should really have no issues with ordering them online. I think the hardest thing that was to do was that you need to measure like the space in between the pupils so that they can figure out the nose bridge area. And it was just a case of like, I had a mirror directly in front of me, so I was looking directly into it and then held the ruler up and measured on the ruler. But if you've got someone else there, they might be able to do that part for you. I think that was the most complicated part of ordering the prescription, but everything else, it was just like, went to Specsavers and went, hey, I want an eye test, but I only want an eye test and I want a copy of my prescription. They're like, okay, did the eye test, paid them for the test, walked out with my prescription. They gave me both contacts and glasses, came home, ordered it all online. Easy peasy. Alright, next vein. Since we now know these are actually called veins, thanks to our wonderful resident geologist, Chai. Right, small section at a time. Nah, we'll just do the whole lot. We're going to scratch most of it away anyway, because it's just too intense. This Posca be too juicy, it's too new. I love new Poscas though, they're so opaque and juicy and easy to use and so smooth. I think some of what I'm doing, you probably can't even see all that too well. Because a lot of this is quite light and also there's quite a bit of shine reflect up here. Let's move that right back. There you go. Now you can start to see some of the details, but you're going to get awful shadows with my hand that way. And so we're now just scratching away and reducing these lines. What I technically need is a Posca that operates on a 0.05 millimeter scale. I haven't even found gel pens that go that small. 0.7 is still the smallest I've found. But at least with the Posca, you can apply it and then you can kind of scratch it away. And you can also go over it with pencil once it's dry to a certain point and fade it out a bit too, so it's not so like, boom, Posca. Which kind of seems like a waste to apply it and then scratch most of it off, but it works. And that's the main thing. So on this side, we also dull down these reflex quite a bit because we're into the shadows here. Oop, there goes the tip of my pencil, but that'll actually help with scratching off these ones. Scratchy, scratchy. Hey, look, it's a chai. I love we just hummed at the same time. Find myself humming more after being in your streams. Or I don't even notice I'm doing it half the time, and then I'll just hum along and it'll be like, oh, I'm humming again. It's all good. I just find the music like very peaceful, and it's just one of those like I'm feeling very calm, so I end up humming. Alright, balustrade. And then it's time for the direct shiny highlights, and then we've got the blue. Bum, 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 bum. Yoink, dunt, 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 yoink, dunt, dunt. Yes, the sound effects help, and they are essential. All great art includes sound effects. Okay, I just scratched most of that away because it wasn't actually all that dry. Because I'm using that one that just snapped, and that's too intense. Let's switch. And then we'll be able to get a better control. That's better. I think most of the top is covered in highlights anyway, so it won't matter too much. We haven't got much of the white in the ripple vein. They are kind of like ripples though. It's like illicit ice cream with a secret ripple. Speaking of ice cream with ripples, do you all remember, I think it was called Chocolate Eclair. It's an old Tip Top flavour. They don't make it anymore, like most of their flavours. But it was like a French vanilla ice cream that actually had like a chocolate sauce ripple through it. I used to love that flavour. Just finished eating a proper lunch. No, I didn't feel like making any. Got myself to do it anyway. I'm proud of you, Chai. I'm proud of you, Chai, because that's really important. Self-care. Apparently in October, according to the Twitch recap thingy, I watched your streams for 1 day and 4 hours. 28 hours of stream. Heck yeah. That would make sense. There was a lot of streams in October. That was delicious. Yeah. Okay, so I'm not alone in that. Cool. But fun times. We just had 2 new people enter into stream. Thank you, Steffi and Fud. But of course it's now ad break time, because that's the tradition. People enter and then it seems to be ad time. But again, we do take these ad breaks every hour. They are super, super important to my physical well-being that we take these breaks. And even if I didn't have to have ads on the channel, would still take a 3-minute break every hour. So we might as well time it with the ads to get Twitch off our backs. And then it does also remove the pre-rolls. And for full transparency, I do earn a couple of cents, so it is a free way to support me without, having to chuck out for a sub. So thank you to everyone who's going to ad land for us. Hopefully your stay there won't be too long. We'll see you at the end of 3 minutes. And for those of you that get secret behind the scenes, you'll get to see me stretching. Woohoo! Yeah, no, I did actually think it was like the colour of the picture, because it's got the purple, yellow, orange. It's got pink instead of the red, but it's like, it's close enough. But also, it's short sleeve, so I didn't want a long sleeve. It was easy to chuck over, and it's warm. So I crocheted this top myself, actually. Anyway, let's get this ad started, and I'm going to go and slice off a piece of bread while I do my stretches. Yeah, more chili bread. my goodness. Oh. Oh, there's a stretch. Oh. God, that felt good to stretch. Also, please remind me when I get back to anyone not in Adland that I need to take my meds. Because it is med time. Whew. Oh. Yep, definitely stretch time. Oh, there's so much crap over here, so much recycling. Okay. We have bread. We still have a minute to finish stretching, though the walk does help a little bit, but we'll just focus on stretching out the joints now. Ooh, secret Amy stretches. Thank you, Jai. Appreciate you. I knew as soon as I stood up and got the bread, because it would be just bread, 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 bread in my head. Ooh, take this opportunity to take your meds and hydrate, folks. Standing up and stretching with me. Excellent. Get that movement in every hour. I've actually started setting an alarm for like in everyday life, making sure like I am moving every hour if I'm not streaming, because it really does help so much. Like, I know sometimes while we're streaming we might stop and chat, or I might get up and get something. So it's not like I'm working 57 minutes and then we will stretch 3 minutes. But having that dedicated 3 minutes of you now stretch time, it's just so much easier. So I've started applying it to other things as well. So good. It's a bit hard with like live streams and D&D and stuff like that, but home games, or working, or when I'm just like sitting at the desk watching a movie myself, just hour timer, or like 56 minutes timer that goes off, we stop, take a stretch, just becoming habit. But yes, we got some more of the bread. So for those that weren't here earlier, I went to the farmers market next door to me this morning, and they have this beautiful sourdough loaf that I love to get. It's a chili cheese loaf. It's sourdough, handmade sourdough, and it's got cheese and jalapeno in it, and it's just so good. So good. And literally all I've done is just chuck some butter on top, because it's really all it needs. It'd also be a good one for like cubing up and dipping into like a chili oil or an oil and balsamic. Anything like that. But there's no way I am putting an oil and balsamic mix on my art desk. Because one drop of that in this page is ruined. Only thing is, because it's sourdough, it's extra chewy around the crust, and it's not the easiest thing to eat on stream. But they do say, as well, for for every 20 minutes that you work at a PC, you should stop for 20 seconds and look at something 20 meters away, so that your eyes just aren't always focusing on the screen in front of you. So, I don't know, that's what the health and safety people at work say, and I'm like, cool, yep, I work for 2 hours, I'll stop every 20 minutes, yep, that's fine. But yeah, because yes, I do only work 2 hours a day for my job, because that's all I'm allowed to do medically. Just free up a lot of time for colouring. Alright, so welcome back. We have hydrated, we have stretched, we have taken our medication, we have replenished our bread, which isn't normally something I would eat so much of, but also frick is it good. We've got another cold drink. Do I need to... Probably need to top up the fluid soon, though. You're still completely full as well. You're the one that's starting to burn out, but you're still good. We still have water. I have candy behind me if I need sugar. We have all the supplies at the table. I am still cold, though. That is the only thing. I am still cold. So I am just going to swap hoodies. As pretty as this one is, it's not enough. Yeah, I crocheted this a while ago. It's just like a little throw over crop thingy mabob. The bottom is a little like too ripply, but I can also feed a ribbon through here, and then it just cinches it right in, and then this looks like a peplum flare, so it makes it look a little bit more purposeful. But it's just like a very loose, lazy sweater to throw over the top. It's very comfy, very warm without being too warm. It's good in summer, when it's those sort of colder days in summer where it's like you need something, but you don't need a full-on blanket hoodie like I'm putting on right now. Right, the real difficulty. We have a headband. We have plaits up today. This is going to be the challenge, because the plaits are pinned into the headband, so we can't take this off. Whew, we survived. Oh my god, it's already so much warmer. Slight difference of putting on a blanket hoodie. Alright, I think we're all good. We've got, the plaits have moved slightly. I can feel that they've moved. But we're good. For anyone that missed it on Wednesday, I was on Fate of Ison's live stream. Let's move you to the screen. I was on their Halloween one-shot episode for Fate of Ison. So I think the actual VOD of the stream is available on their YouTube. Oh, shout. That's not how I type. Oh my goodness. Shout out at, I don't know why I'm atting them, they're not here. They're not online right now. These guys here. So yeah, Wednesday is part of their Twitch one shot for Halloween, which was super fun, and I played the character that we discussed on Tuesday in our little chat, which was Jam's Cogberry, and I decided to dress up for it, which I'm glad I did, because I wasn't the only one. Everyone else did in the cast. It was such a blast. It was so fun. But for Jam, I ended up doing this hairstyle where I had my hair already in plaits. So I'm just going to flip them up over my head and then chuck a headband on. I was like, oh my god, this is so cute. And it's so easy because my hair pretty much always lives in plaits. I sleep with my hair in plaits and stuff. So it was just easy to kind of throw this together. And then I've got a bunch of, I just put it back in my hair. I had one on the desk. Anyway, I have a bunch of like U-shaped pins. So not bobby pins, they're just U-pins. So they're quite handy to just kind of chuck it in place. So easy. And I put a bunch of sparkles on my face and I wore wings and it was very cute and I had a lot of fun. And the other two guest players in it were Erica, who I've played before with on Samsara's channel for the D12 Go zombie one-shot. So we had a lot of fun together on that and I was really excited to play with her again. But then the other actor was actually Alan Henry. And Alan is a capture actor. So does like those live action suit things. Like it was in King Kong, for example. Has been in Lord of the Rings, playing a bunch of monsters in Lord of the Rings. And was Cokie the Bear in Cocaine Bear. So yeah, he's such a cool dude and he's so lovely. So motion capture suits. Thank you, Bud. I'm doing that thing where words just don't work today. But yeah, we had an absolute blast together. So much fun. It's a really funny time. I mean, I know I'm saying that and I was in it, but I think it was really, really funny. We just kind of had a vibe off each other and we just clicked really well together. So it was a really good time. So yeah. If you're interested, it's on their YouTube channel and I believe it'll be turned into a bonus episode on the podcast. I don't know if it'll be a Patreon exclusive or if it will be out to the general public. Hope it's general, but it might be Patreon. Though in previous years I've done their Halloween one as a bonus one-shot content, so publicly. Right, let's carry on with this. So the light side is easy for really intense highlights because we just follow the lines that are here and we're just going to cover them up. This is where a juicy Posca is very handy. And then we also have an inner highlight because we have got light coming from the door. Yeah, and Jules was the DM for that, and Jules was just so good. It was such a good time. We had so much fun, honestly. I just keep cracking up over it. I just laughed so much in it. It's 90% of me on the stream. It's just me giggling. Same thing that we did last time. I went over where I want the highlight to end a bit and then where we scrape away the excess. I didn't quite do it all the way up. And then that makes it not have like a really obvious, we've stopped the marker hairline, which can be a bit of a problem with Poscas. Alright, so I think I want to put some secondary highlights on the light side, but we might come back to that one because I feel like that's going to need some extra light. Chili bird. Right, I think I'm actually better to start with the blue first, particularly on the outside, because we've got a lot of fiddly outlines on the outside, so Actually, where's my ruler? Because I used a ruler last time. I used it yesterday. And then I put it somewhere to clean it because it's covered in Posca. And then I never finished cleaning it and I have no idea where I put it. Cool. Let's hope the hands are good today. I may regret this decision. We're living dangerously here, folks. We're freehanding it. So right now I am going around the outside of the balustrade because this is our blue glow. Except I have to remember to not go on the outside of the blue line, but rather try and cover up blue line. Even though my tendency is to go on the outside of it. It's like, no, we actually want to go over it. And this will help with that neon glow effect of the fact that these are being backlit by the light outside. So yeah, if you are curious about the total time of this project, prior to stream, we are at 70 hours. Now technically it's 72.5, but I've rounded it down slightly to allow for, you know, distractions. And that time was already rounded down. It's a collection of the VOD total time, with time taken out for ad breaks, starting screens, and a few other bits and pieces. So that time was already rounded down from 72.5, and then I've just rounded it down again because, you know, we've probably had some deviations in there too. And then 10 hours off screen, which I actually timed with a stopwatch, because I did 10 hours of work off stream as well. So we're at 72.5, and then if you do exclamation up time, you'll see the total time of today's stream, although I think Twitch now displays it too, so you can also check it on Twitch, but if it's just easier, the bot will pull it up in chat for you. So add that to 72.5 and you've got our total time of the project so far. Well, 270, because that allows for, like I said, rounding down. Plus, you know, the up time includes the starting time and the break time. So if we just round it, we add it to 70, it kind of gives us a rough approximation. Alright, I forgot that I also pull it down here, because this is where we actually went in with our sepia afterwards and we added more shading to it, and we also faded out the blue in certain sections. But first, let's add in our bright white highlight for our shiny polished marble. Bring you in closer, you can kind of see some of the details of what we're doing in the light, so you can actually see the tone. Gonna go and do other things. All good, Shy. And it's late for you, Captive. That's all good. Enjoy both your days. I'm still got quite a few hours more to go, so that's quite alright. Chai, I'm sure I'll catch you again in some of your own streams, or the streams that we follow. If you know, like I said, I'm going for a few hours, so I may still be here later. And Captive, it was lovely to meet you. Thank you so much for coming in. I hope your colouring went well, and I can't wait to see more of you on Instagram. And thank you for coming over from YouTube. I hope you enjoy all the YouTube videos. Hopefully, I've been a good lurk stream. I can speak words. Stream while you've been colouring. I love when people are colouring with me. It's just all being creative, or, you know, just doing things too. I just think it's so cool to be creative together. It's so fun to like go to a cafe with creative people and just sit there and do creative things together, but I don't have anyone locally I can really do that with, except my mum. But even then, it's kind of hard for us to go to a cafe now, what with her not driving and me not driving, and she's not quite confident on the bus system yet. So she does have a scooter that she can ride down though, which is nice. I do want to pop down to Wellington for a holiday, catch up with some peeps and just go to a cafe. I have been looking quite a bit at accommodation in Wellington, even not just for Armageddon. Like, this is the great thing about my work, is that if I can find somewhere to stay that has a stable internet connection, I can work anywhere. So I can just choose to impromptu go on holiday in Wellington. It's how I can go over to Gisborne for a while, because I can just work in Gisborne for a while. So if I can find somewhere that actually has reasonable accommodation and can afford to stay there for a while, as long as I can work. I mean, I could just take time off work as well, but it gives me more options to know, oh, I can take a trip down and, you know, stay here and still manage to work. Alright, this is going to be an issue. This is where we really should have the ruler. What can we use? Can always scratch it off, so let's see if we can clean up this line a bit. Sorry, we're completely off camera here. We've gone off the rails, literally. My line's not all that straight, so luckily there are guidelines here, because I'm using the lines that Kanoko pre-drew in and covering over them with the white and turning them into highlight lines, essentially. But it still takes a steadier hand than I have. And we want to add in some additional ones. I just did that one way too high compared to all the other ones, because all the other ones have a bit of space. So let's just go like that. Never happened. At least we can do that. Bring that down a bit lower. This is where the ruler is quite handy. Okay, I think we saved it. It's looking alright. Still got a bit of blending, shading, because there was some post stuff we did on that. But before we do all that, let's do our outline here. This may be entirely where I regret my decision. I love colouring, but I hate line work. I hate stuff like this. It's so difficult on the hands, but it really makes the piece effective. Like, you can already see the difference between the two. I mean, not so much because of the shine reflex, but here we just got like a lot more of a blue glow, that backlit. Clearly more. Again, we will dull down that second line like we did on the second one. So we'll have the intense blue closer to the outside night sky, and then we'll have not quite as intense blue on the inside, and then we've still got probably some white highlights to do on here, but we'll get this side done first. Right, I need to work this side, but I'm going to be working over where I just worked because I worked in the wrong order, so we'll just give that a second to dry. So we don't go smudge. In fact, let's do another Instagram story, show some more updates with my terrible camera. Move that off so you don't get too much shine. Still getting a bit of shine. Ooh, I love that everything's on boom arms. It just makes life so much easier when it comes to doing stuff like this. You know what? Does that help? That helps. Next step. Try and clean the lens as much as possible, but the lens is also actually scratched, I discovered the other day. So, we're screwed. Why do you want to go up there? I mean, it does frame up there well. But, there we go. Do. Alright. And we'll just turn up a bit of the contrast and a bit of the saturation, but that's about all we're going to do to touch it because it's hard to tell. And then we go into story and we add the picture. So if you want to see a close-up of the marble detail, head to the Instagram story. We'll zoom it out so you actually see all the details. And we are 4.5 hours in. Arch nearly done. That's not nearly or done. Oh, I can't type. And my job is a medical typist. And then we go to link. We hold down for the clipboard. And then we insert the Twitch address because I have that saved because it just saves so much work having that pre-typed up. And share. There you go. If you want to see some of the vein details and bits and pieces, we'll be there. Now, out of curiosity, how are you picking up with that light off? Because that helps a little bit with the shine reflect. Oh, you're very noisy though. You're struggling. And we get a lot more pixelation. We look like we're a little out of focus. I probably have to reset the focus again at some point. Well, not too bad though. Alright. Again, probably one of the biggest mistakes I've made on this page so far was that I pre-did that blue background, which is pretty, and I'm glad it's already done because I love the shimmer of it, but it's made it really awful in terms of trying to capture this because there's something shimmery already on the page. Same with the bats. I should have coloured around. I should have coloured the bats first and done the bats last, but I think on that day we really just wanted to glitter something, so we glittered something. Clarification, I don't regret that the bats are glitter. I love the black glitter. But it's been a bit difficult working around them because the glitter's like sandpaper. So in certain areas, like over here, I don't know how well it's going to pick it up. But this one's got a slight little bit of grey on it, where the grey pencil has drawn onto the glitter. And I can't dust that one away. It's minute, you wouldn't know it was there unless I pointed it out to you. But I should have done it last. That would have been more practical. Glitter, 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 glitter. Yes, so pretty. Thank you. I really still love this piece. Again, I know I've been saying it, but I really do. It's just a combination of the amazing story that we came up with for it, the techniques that I've pushed myself to do in this page, and just the memories of it. Like, yeah, it's been a lot of work. Like, again, we're almost at 75 hours. Like, this page is a labor of love, but I freaking love it. And as I was saying, in YouTube videos, wow, that was bad. Right, concentrate, Amy. As I was saying in sort of like some of my YouTube videos and some like previous streams and stuff, I've made a decision to focus on slowing down and really, like, I can tune out the work, and it's still gorgeous work, but I can tune it out. But it's not like I'm not growing. I'm not pushing myself to try new things. I'm not developing skills. So it's just like the same old, same old. So by slowing down and creating more with a page, they become more special, and I love the pages a lot more. So, for example, in Mythomorphia, we have Underwater World, which we worked on stream at the end of last year, and we actually finished it at the start of this year. It is a 2023 piece. I love Underwater World. It's a gorgeous spread. That one took us 120 hours. And I pushed myself to do that sunset on top of the water, surface reflections. And I learned a lot from that. And I loved that piece. And again, we slowed right down for it. And a lot of the pages that I love the most that I have produced this year are the ones that I slowed right down. Because a couple of nights ago, I actually watched a bunch of my own YouTube videos. I do it a lot because it's good to review yourself. I know some people are like, oh, I can't even watch myself. It's really important to actually review yourself if you are someone who are making videos on the internet and stuff like that, because I review myself to make notes of, okay, that's not very entertaining, or that or that. So like one of the things I picked up on these reviews a while ago was when I sit here, if I'm replying to a message on my phone, I literally just sit here like this. And if the message takes a while, it's actually not that interesting. So really try not to use my phone during stream anymore. Of course, there are occasional times I do have to use my phone, but I really try not to use my phone. But anyway, side tangent there. We're in ramble mode, apparently. I watched all my completed videos tour. So I have most of them. I started up YouTube in February, and then there's like a 2-month break where I got sick and I just got burnt out and I just stepped away, and that was where I had multiple hospitalizations, and yeah, that was just that rough couple of months in the middle of the year where things just went so I've got most of them, but I started making a list looking at those videos of like some of my favorite pages for the year, because like we're coming to the end of the year, so one of the YouTube videos I'll make towards the end of the year is my favorite things I've colored in 2023, because I would like to know, like looking at everything I colored, like what pages really stick out to me as pages I enjoy. So there's 4 of them in Mythomorphia so far that I love. Underwater World, the Chinese Dragon, the Water Merms page, and the Woodland Troll. Now 3 of those are stream ones. Oh, we've had a new YouTube subscriber. Thank you, Robert Alvarado. I'm so bad with names. I should just stop trying to pronounce names. But yeah, the 4 Mythomorphia ones are 4 of my longest pages, things that I took longer to do. Underwater World, where we spent extra time with that water reflectives on the surface and the lighting. Chinese Dragon, where I coloured each scale individually, but oh, so gorgeous. The Water Moons was the watercolour experiment page that turned out gorgeous. And Woodland Troll is actually our troll that I added a forest background to and did a bunch of rainbow mushrooms at the bottom. Tarot colouring, which is my first ever YouTube video. I can pull these all out if you're interested. Fully okay to pull these all out. Alien Worlds, the one that I did for the Kirby special thing where we coloured as a community every single page in Alien Worlds. The Dragon Eye that I finished off recently. Steampunk Cat that I finished off recently. Pretty much everything I've coloured in Kanoko Egusa, which is the buns, the mushroom mice. And then this one will be as well. I guarantee this one's making it to the list. And then one by Malpamini Chatsumoinga. I think that's how it's pronounced. Probably butchered it. But all of these pages are pages where I slowed down and didn't rush. And either learnt something, did something interesting, tried a new technique, or pushed myself in some way. A couple of them are for other reasons, like the full is important because it's the first YouTube one, but also, again, I slowed down right on that one because I wanted to be really detail oriented and put out a good video for YouTube. So it's like when I review all this, it's like, yeah, everything I particularly love that I've coloured, that I'm like, yes, I love that, is things I slowed down on. Most of these have had over 50 hours of work into them. So it's like, okay, yeah, if that's not evidence that I need to slow down, I need to slow down. And there's nothing wrong with working fast. Let me clarify that, because, again, I can work fast. Like, in March, I did 12 Kirby pages in a month. I can work fast, and they're still gorgeous pages. They're still wonderful. But I didn't push myself in any techniques. I followed a set formula for all those pages. It's just like, slap down ink tints to colour the page as quickly as possible, go in with the polys and do the detailed shading, just working in the darker and lighter colour, Posca for some shiny highlights, chuck on some stickles. That was the formula for almost every single page in that month. And it works, it looks gorgeous, but there was no growth or development from it. So yeah, just interesting things I learnt while reviewing. Right, by now our Posca should be nice and dry, so we're going to work over with our poly, our Prismacolor, which is too sharp and scratching away. Maybe it's not the Prisma I worked over the top in. It won't be you, it will be you. Nope, you're also scratching away. Nope, you're also scratching away. Alright, maybe it just needs a sharpen. We'll have to go back over that one. Yeah, exactly, Fud. Exactly. It's definitely a sign. Like, I've been feeling it anyway, but when I look at all that, it's like, yeah, definitely a sign I need to slow down. And I still am pleased with everything I've coloured this year. I've made a lot of dent. Like, I've coloured more this year than I have ever. And that's a big part thanks to the YouTube channel and streaming more. So it's quite cool to see. Like, unfortunately, because I had that 2 months off, I can't remember everything that I coloured in July, August. So I could technically sit down, look at my February, the tour that I did in February. No, I still wouldn't have January, and I don't remember what I coloured in January. So I can't give like an overall, this is what I coloured, because in January I didn't keep track of all my colouring because I was thinking about the YouTube. I started filming some stuff for YouTube, but I didn't have everything ready. So that's why I started in February. Plus a lot of my stuff, the anniversaries are in February, so it kind of adds up. Yeah, so I can't even give like a total, like I coloured this many pages, but I know some months I was doing like 30 to 40 pages, so it wouldn't be a hard guesstimate to say that I've probably coloured 400 or so pages this year, because there's like a lot, and like you all might see 1 or 2, 3, 4 pages in a month on Twitch, but I'm still doing a lot outside of Twitch because it really is my mental health wellness activity. So I guarantee you every day I'm doing some form of colouring, even if it's only 10 minutes. Ah, that's how I did it on the other side. Couldn't remember how I got that dulled down blue line. I worked over it in Prisma, and then I worked over it in the polys, because the polys don't layer too well over the Prisma, but with the effect of the Posca there, kind of all stacks up. And you get a blue without it being as intense blue as the outside blue. And then I do remember that I went around this outside again, and we just made that blue glow overflow over past the edge onto the actual arch on the inside, because again, reflective glow, there would be a little bit, and I had to be really careful to not scratch away the white highlight. And that was the blue glow around the frame. I remember. Now what I want to do as well is I want to add in a secondary highlight line across here, because we've done that on the other side, but also we're getting a lot of direct light here, so the highlights would be the most intense here. Make sure we've got pure white. I'm not in frame. I mean, I am in frame. I know words. Alright, let's add a little bit there. Clean that one up. Right, do we think this is getting some light here? Yes, because it's over the table, and the table is still getting light here. So we're going to do a nice white highlight here, but as we shade around and we're getting less intense, I might even fade out this edge slightly. Too intense. And then as we get to this side, we're definitely out of highlight here, but we'll add in just a little bit here. And then I want to extend that pretty much the whole way, because again, we're getting a lot of highlight here. And I'm tempted to even outline part of the door frame itself, but I haven't done that on the other side. I did, however, thicken these lines up a lot more, so let's do that. Again, it's quite handy having the other side done, so I can look at that and go, oh yeah, I did that, and match that up. And we've done our usual technique of slightly going over the line, so we can scratch away off the line and end up with a nice clean edge highlight that looks like it's carrying past, not the rounded edge of the Posca sort of disappearing. And the other technique that we did was we used our light grey. We faded out some of these highlight edges so they're not quite as intense, because the highlight gets a lot more subtle on this side. Just so that there's highlight, but it's not like boom highlight like the other side. This side can be boom highlight, this side cannot be. I hope you guys all like my random explanations and stuff like that. I don't know. I kind of ramble a lot while streaming. Right, so the next one that we did was we used a little bit of the sepia. Nope, I see a problem. We have a missing spot here that needs to line up. I love the random explanations. They're fun and informative. I am glad. I like being able to explain stuff, and also sometimes when you're streaming, like, I don't know what to talk about, but I can kind of explain what I'm going on, and it gives me a little something to talk about. Like when you're playing a video game, you can kind of react to the video game, but I don't have that, but I can react to what I'm doing, you know? But also, I know that there's a bunch of people colouring in the background, and like, I'm happy to share what I've learned, because that's how I learned, by watching others and learning from others. So, you know, if I can explain something, I'll do my best to explain it. I'm not the best with words, but I'll do my best to explain it. Alright, so this was the other thing we did, was we went into each of these. We redefined over these blue glows the different sections, because we lost some of that in the glow. I'm doing this before I did the blend. Nope, we got one more step first. The next step was we took the Prisma, which is our softer pencil, and we worked back over the edge of our blue glow, which is well and truly set at this stage, and blended it into the pencils. This just helps create more of that sharp edge into a softer glow, because it's a very sharp highlight outline. That's kind of what we want, because it is a very sharp backlit glow that is on these things. This is the only problem with doing this in like 2 sections. Like, I probably should have done all the balustrades together, I should have done all the pillars together, but it wasn't how my brain wanted to compute it at the time. Right. It's one of those things that probably doesn't even pick up that much on stream, but real life, I notice a difference. And then we used our dark sepia, and this is our very carefully applied extreme dark, because we've got an extreme light with our highlights, and also if we need to redefine any lines across the top here. I am going to have to re-go over that pumpkin, because it's lost a lot of its Posca that's been accidentally scratched off as I've worked on the pillar behind it. Cool. Alright, while I notice it, alright, don't spend too long on this, because otherwise you're going to get lost in doing all this. It'll be very easy to do so, but we will, because we do want a sharp blue highlight around here, but we don't want a bright, bold, intense one, because it's really just a little edge. So again, probably not even seeing it all that much, but we've got just a little bit of a glow on the pumpkin here, because again, this pumpkin's getting a lot of direct light. Same with the top of this handle. Possibly we might need to do some down here, but before we do that, we'll also scratch away. And if we can't scratch away, we go over the overhang line, so it's like clear. But yeah, with that, that's the second element of marble done. We are 5 hours in. I did say it was possibly about 4 for these two. So we're doing well. We're doing really well. And I did say 4, but I also knew that had been pre-based, so I guessed 5 originally. So we're right on track. And then I said same thing about here, possibly 2, but then also we've got to work out how this works in terms of structure. So yeah, now, funnily enough, in my YouTube subscriptions, a video has been appearing for the last couple of days of somebody doing a color along on this exact same page, which I thought was hilarious timing. So let me go to my subscriptions so I can bring it up. There's some new completed pages videos for me to watch. Fantastic. Alright, Jazzy Doodle Designs is the YouTube. Shush. And what I want to see is if you have an Instagram. Because I'm pretty sure you do, and I'm pretty sure I follow you on Instagram. But I don't know if you've posted the completed picture on Instagram. Because Instagram is annoying like that. Yes, they have. Alright. So, this is Jazzy Doodle Designs version of it. I wonder if I turn it this way, if I unlock my phone so it can turn. Instagram, you're such a pain. I might have to pull this up on the computer. Alright, 2 seconds, caller. 2 seconds. Alright, window capture. Should still be. It is indeed. Right, Jazzy Doodle Designs, aka Wendy Billings. But as you can see, same picture, which cracked me up. So, let me go boom, 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 and boom. Make it big for you, right? So, again, really gorgeous. I love the use of color in here. Like, so cool. And same idea with the purples and oranges, but then also uses greens, which I thought was really cool, and lots of browns and wood. Yeah, like really cool combos here. But I was mostly interested in how they had chosen to approach the, whatever we're calling it, the shelf, the fireplace, the writing desk, the chest of drawers. Like, who knows what this thing is meant to be. I still think it's meant to be a fireplace where the fire was never drawn. That's what it looks like to me. And unfortunately, had I realized this before we got into this point, I could have actually turned it into a fireplace. I could have put a fire in there. The thing is, if I put a fire in there, we would also need the glow of the fire, and without the fire in there, it's just gonna look like a big black empty hole in the middle of this page, and your eye is just gonna be drawn to the middle of the page. So unfortunately, we can't make it a fireplace. If I thought about it at the start, we could have put a fire in there. So another slight regret, missed opportunity, but yes, to me still reads as a fireplace. So instead, I guess we're just going to do it as some sort of shelf. So it looks like they've gone dark on the outside, middle, and then light, which is interesting. So almost like they've got them popping out. I'm kind of thinking of receding it in. So what I'm thinking for me is, yeah, like a boarded up fireplace. That's kind of what I'm thinking as well. Is like, it could be a fireplace, but instead they've chucked a thing of marble in there. And maybe that's where Sir Bobbington hides the treasure chest or the secret documents. Actually, we needed a place for the incriminating evidence to be found. So maybe this is where the incriminating evidence is. Secret storage! Oh my god, so now we know where they find those documents. It's in there because it is a fireplace that has been boarded up to look like a shelf. But it was a fireplace at some point. Done! There we go. Brilliant. Brilliant. Still doesn't solve my problem of how I'm going to approach it. But... so okay, we are going to do the whole thing in marble. So we do still have some lighting things to consider. Now, blue light's not a factor here. Yellow light, definitely a factor. We've got a lot of yellow to consider. We also have a top down, so we're going to have slightly darker this side going into lighter this side. We have stopped the blue glow at this point, so there is no blue glow, but we will need to also keep this edge slightly lighter because of that spread out radiant glow from the outside. It hasn't got the direct blue glow of outside, but it's still being lit, because as it fades out, the light gets more faded to the point where you're not seeing a color, but there's still a bit of a light from there. So we'll make sure we keep a slight lighter edge here and then dark over to light. We've got to work our absolute lightest tones over here because this is going to be our lightest. So we're probably going to be working warm gray 1, 2 and 3. I don't think we'll get higher than 3 because this is 3 over here, 2 and 3. So 3's about the darkest that we're going for this piece. Now in terms of trying to think of it as a 3D object, so like to me these straps are going to be in front of the solid piece, so they're definitely projecting forwards. We also have to consider shadows from them, and then I think it's going to be easiest if I approach this kind of how I did the bottom of the pillars. So these, the inner bar is recessed in a bit, and then this is projected slightly forward. I think I might have even recessed that in a bit more. I haven't actually made the match on either side, but that one's so much in shadow that it wouldn't actually matter too much anyway. Same on that one. So yeah, I think we'll actually recede those in. So it's like this is the top of the surface, and it's kind of important to consider these things because how these things sit is how the light's going to affect it. So that's why I kind of have to figure this stuff out first. So, right. Start with the usual. Let's start with our yellow highlight. So we have direct candle glow, which has the brightest of yellow lights around it here. So we still need a little area of sharp yellow. And then this is going to fade out quite a bit. And we're going on to light, so it's actually going to extend out quite a bit more. So let's just give some radial glow. Even though that'll be blended into the grey, because this will also just affect things. Okay, so when we are considering, for example, the light up here, the glow of the candle, because this is a surface, this will be affected more than this here, than this here. So if we stop the light here, for example, we need to stop the light here on the next one and here where it currently is on the next layer. So it's almost working in a bit of a ladder stepping stone. And same with the process out here. And then the other thing to consider, which I've just coloured solidly over here, but there will also be a cast shadow across here where the candle is projecting a shadow onto the stone as well. So we also have to do some sharper cast shadows, and they're going to be more intense shadows than we've used previously. And so what I'm going to do, oh yeah, we've still got some eraser in there. So I'm going to use this and just make some channels. And then same here, would have a bit of a glow still extending out here, but we have a cast shadow. This is all pretty much yellow. I might even fade that down a bit more actually. I think the grey is going to be easier to work into with the yellow on top. We are just about to head into an ad break, so it's time to stop and have a stretch anyway. Just remove some of this because we can always add in more yellow, Amy. Let's just fade this down a bit. We're just going to use a stipple technique to sort of fade it out for now. Yes, there's an area of sharp yellow, but a lot of this is blended yellow. So I think we actually just need to chuck down our grey base first, like we have previously, and then we'll work our yellow on top. The yellow's pretty opaque, so it will cover up the grey. So I think we'll just lay down grey first. But yes, we are in an ad break, and I have once again missed it. Oh, stretching. Oh. Bread. Alright, make sure you're doing your stretches. Make sure you're hydrating. Take your meds. So yeah, because we've got the direct glow. I need to add more glow onto these pumpkins. These pumpkins are actually significantly lacking on glow, which makes sense. So one of the first things I coloured, and I didn't actually account much for the glow then. But the glow's gotten a lot further than everywhere else. So those pumpkins, they may need some bright highlights to account for that. So like this would be highlighting here and causing shadow across here, which would normally extend to here, but then we've got the same thing here. So in here, shadow, but then we've got bright yellow here as well. There's a lot of really interesting highlight light situations because again, this light would cast on top, and this top part would be lit up, but then it would be causing a shadow to come underneath. But then we've also got light coming up here, so there wouldn't actually necessarily be a shadow. There will be, because this light is stronger than this light, so there will be a shadow, but it won't be as intense as if we just had the one, because there's got more light coming up here. So it's all those sort of things we have to consider, where we've got shadows, but how intense is the shadow? What other light is affecting the shadow? This is why I've been putting this one off, because this one's going to be the most complicated one to work out in terms of all the details. But she's getting there, and I still really love how she's turning out. She's also still got some pencil marks. So, while we're in ads, I think we've got a bunch of pencil smudge as well. We do. It's okay. It'll blend in. Alright, there we go. Welcome back from the ads. Ooh. Fun fact, I think some stuff might be being delivered soon to my apartment. Right, so if you were stuck behind the ads, first of all, thank you for going to Adland for us. But also, just kind of talk through how I'm going to approach this a little bit. So the first thing I'm going to do is, you would have seen that we erased some bits and pieces. Part of it was just cleaning up. But we're also going to shade everywhere with warm grey one, because the yellow I can work on top of warm grey one very easily. We need a base tone. I need to get rid of this white. It's just going to help me work out the yellow, because the yellow needs to fade out at some point, and it will fade very nicely into warm grey one. So this is going to be the majority of our secret marble bookcase. So we're just going to get a good base layer down like we have with all of our other marble. But yeah, we have got quite a bit of a complicated lighting situation here, so it is going to take some brain power. As I said, this one may take a couple of hours, and it may even possibly take a bit longer than a couple of hours to actually get everything placed properly, because there's a lot of bits and pieces and interesting details. And this will create a good solid tone. It's also good to sort of cover up the white of the page sometimes. We have to deal with one of my least favorite areas of a coloring book, the spine here though, most unfortunately. I love our little bat lollipops though. They look so shiny and tasty. Maybe I need a lollipop. Not like I don't have piles of them. We also have all the balls in this jar thing to colour in yet too. I have to figure out colours for those. Although now we're starting to get all the colours in place, I'm actually thinking we could use something orange over here. So maybe we'll do those orange. And that was one of the things I was saying when one of the reasons why we left a lot of these little details was it was kind of hard to imagine what colour to use there while we had so much white around. But now we're starting to fill in these bigger details, and again this is the last of the bigger details to be filled out. When this is all done, it'll be a lot easier to come in and fill in those final little details once we do the bunting. And I am debating about the spider web, because I don't quite know what colour to do there, but I'm wondering if maybe we just do it like the bats and we just do black glitter spider web as well. Alright, I think I heard someone outside my apartment, so I should check if the stuff has been delivered there.